Close your eyes if you want to. You do not need to follow along. Just let the words settle in around you, soft and steady, like the glow of an old television set in a dark room. We are going to spend a long time in Springfield tonight, and there is no rush to get anywhere. Every fact is its own little window into a world that has been running, quietly and continuously, since before most of us knew what a television schedule was. Let us start at the very beginning, because the beginning of The Simpsons is one of the strangest and most unlikely origin stories in the history of American entertainment. Fact 1. The Simpsons did not begin as a television show. It began as a series of short animated segments tucked inside a sketch comedy program called The Tracey Ullman Show, which aired on the fledgling Fox network starting in April of 1987. These segments were brief, rough, and often lasted less than 2 minutes. They were filler, essentially. Connective tissue between the real sketches. Nobody at the network expected them to become the longest-running scripted primetime series in the history of American television. Fact 2. The creator of The Simpsons, Matt Groening, was summoned to a meeting with producer James L. Brooks under the assumption that he was going to pitch a different project entirely. Groening had been planning to adapt his alternative newspaper comic strip, Life in Hell, which he had been drawing since the late 1970s. The comic featured a rabbit named Binky and dealt with themes of anxiety, alienation, and the miseries of modern life. When Groening arrived at the meeting and realized that adapting Life in Hell for television would mean surrendering the rights to his creation, he made a decision in the waiting room. He would pitch something entirely new instead. Something he invented on the spot, waiting to be called in. Fact 3. Groening sketched out the core Simpson family in the waiting room of James L. Brooks' office in a matter of minutes. He named the characters after members of his own family. Homer was his father's name, Marge was his mother's name. Lisa and Maggie were the names of his sisters. Bart was an anagram of the word brat, which Groening has confirmed was intentional. The only character who did not share a name with a real family member was Bart, who stood in for Groening himself as the rebellious, underachieving youngest child who wanted to cause trouble and get away with it. Fact 4. Groening has said in multiple interviews that his father, the real Homer Groening, was genuinely delighted to have a cartoon character named after him, even one who was frequently depicted as lazy, gluttonous, and not particularly intelligent. His mother, the real Marge Groening, was similarly pleased. His sisters, Lisa and Maggie, have expressed varying degrees of amusement over the decades. Fact 5. The very first Simpsons short aired on April 19, 1987, as part of The Tracey Ullman Show. It was titled Good Night, and it depicted the Simpson parents putting their children to bed. The animation was noticeably crude by any standard, including the standards of the era. The characters had irregular proportions, the colors were inconsistent, and the voices were not yet fully settled into the forms they would eventually take. But the family dynamic was already there. Homer's bumbling affection, Marge's patient exhaustion, Bart's low-level menace, Lisa's quiet sensitivity, Maggie's wide-eyed silence. Fact 6. The Simpsons shorts ran on The Tracey Ullman Show for 3 seasons, accumulating a total of 48 episodes between 1987 and 1989. During this period, the characters slowly evolved. The animation became more consistent, the voices became more defined, and the writers, who were still figuring out what this family was capable of, began to discover that The Simpsons had an emotional range that the initial shorts had barely scratched. Fact 7. When Fox decided to develop The Simpsons into a standalone half-hour series, the network was not universally enthusiastic. Several executives were skeptical that an animated show aimed at adults could succeed in primetime. Animation at that point was almost exclusively considered children's entertainment in the United States. The only real precedent for adult animated primetime programming was The Flintstones, which had aired on ABC from 1960 to 1966. And even that show had been conceived with family audiences in mind rather than adults specifically. Fact 8. The pilot episode of the standalone Simpsons series was not actually the first episode that aired. The show's true pilot, a Christmas episode called Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, was produced as the 8th episode of the first season, but moved to the premiere slot because the network felt it was the strongest introduction to the family. It aired on December 17, 1989. The episode centered on Homer discovering that his Christmas bonus had been canceled and taking a second job as a department store Santa Claus to compensate. eventually adopting a racing greyhound named Santa's Little Helper after the dog lost a race and was abandoned by its owner. Fact 9. The episode that was originally produced as the series premiere, Bart the Genius, aired second. It featured Bart cheating on an intelligence test and being placed in a school for gifted students, where he felt completely out of his depth. This episode introduced several recurring elements of the series, including the chalkboard gag that opens nearly every episode, in which Bart writes a punishment sentence on the school blackboard repeatedly. The first chalkboard gag was the sentence, "I will not waste chalk." Fact 10. The voice cast of The Simpsons was assembled with a mix of veteran voice actors and comedians who had never done significant voice work before. Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, was already a cast member of The Tracy Ullman Show and transitioned naturally into the animated series. Julie Kavner, who voices Marge, was also a Tracy Ullman Show veteran. Nancy Cartwright, who voices Bart, was an experienced voice actress who had worked extensively in animation. Yeardley Smith, who voices Lisa, was primarily a live-action actress who had done very little voice work prior to The Simpsons. Harry Shearer and Hank Azaria joined the cast to voice the enormous supporting ensemble, between them giving voice to dozens of Springfield's recurring residents. Fact 11. Nancy Cartwright has said in interviews that she originally auditioned for the role of Lisa rather than Bart. When she arrived at the audition and looked at the character descriptions, she was drawn to Bart because she found his personality more interesting to play. She asked if she could read for Bart instead, was given permission, and delivered a performance that effectively locked her into the role on the spot. She was offered the part within 10 minutes. Fact 12. Yeardley Smith's voice for Lisa was not significantly altered from her natural speaking voice. Smith has a naturally high, slightly husky vocal quality, and the producers felt it suited Lisa's combination of intellectual seriousness and emotional vulnerability. Smith has described the role as one of the easiest she has ever performed because she does not feel like she is doing a character voice so much as simply talking. Fact 13. Dan Castellaneta's voice for Homer evolved significantly between the Tracy Ullman shorts and the standalone series. In the early shorts, Homer's voice was closer to Walter Matthau, with a gruffer, more nasal quality. Over the first season of the series, Castellaneta gradually developed the warmer, more recognizable version of Homer's voice that audiences know today. The transition was gradual enough that most viewers never noticed it happening. Fact 14. Julie Kavner's voice for Marge is entirely natural in the sense that it is genuinely her own voice, slightly pushed into a raspier register. Kavner has a naturally distinctive vocal quality due to an asymmetry in her vocal cords, and the Marge voice is essentially that quality amplified slightly. Kavner has said she cannot do the Marge voice for extended periods without experiencing some vocal strain, which has occasionally made marathon recording sessions challenging. Fact 15. Hank Azaria was not originally cast on The Simpsons. He auditioned for the show, was not selected, and then auditioned again when additional voice work was needed for the expanded cast. He has credited his eventual hiring to his ability to produce a large number of distinct voices quickly and convincingly, which made him invaluable in a production environment where a single actor might need to voice 4 or 5 different background characters within a single episode. Fact 16. Harry Shearer brings a particular personal connection to the role of Principal Skinner, whose character involves a complicated relationship with a domineering mother. Shearer has discussed in interviews how the dynamic resonated with aspects of his own upbringing, though he has been careful to note that the show's version of the mother-son dynamic is considerably more extreme than anything in his personal experience. Fact 17. The yellow skin of The Simpsons and all Springfield residents was a deliberate design choice made by the show's original character designer, Gabor Ksupo. The intention was that when someone flipping through channels came across the show, the unusual skin color would immediately signal that this was something different and cause them to stop and investigate. Groening has confirmed this explanation in multiple interviews, though he has also noted that the yellow was partly chosen because it worked well technically with the animation process of the era. Fact 18. The 4-fingered hands of The Simpsons characters are a standard convention of animation that dates back to the earliest days of the medium. 4 fingers are easier and faster to animate than 5, and the visual difference is minimal enough that audiences accept it without question. The Simpsons has occasionally acknowledged this within the show itself, with characters in certain episodes noting that they have 4 fingers in a metatextual gag that breaks the fourth wall briefly before the show moves on. Fact 19. The original budget for The Simpsons pilot was approximately $1 million, which was considered very high for an animated television production in 1989. The episode went significantly over budget during production, partly due to the inexperience of the production team, with the specific technical demands of producing a half-hour animated series, and partly due to Groening's insistence on a level of visual quality that exceeded what the original budget had anticipated. The overage was covered by Fox, who had already committed to the show based on the strength of the Tracy Ullman shorts. Fact 20. The Simpsons premiered to an audience of approximately 33 million viewers, which was an extraordinary number for a new animated series, and one of the largest audiences for a series premiere in the history of American television at that point. The cultural impact was immediate. Within weeks of the premiere, Bart Simpson merchandise had appeared in stores across the country, and the character's catchphrases, including "Eat my shorts and don't have a cow," "Man," had entered everyday conversation, particularly among children and teenagers. Fact 21. The initial wave of Bart Simpson merchandise was so large and so commercially successful that it briefly created a cultural backlash. Several schools across the United States banned Bart Simpson t-shirts, citing concerns that the character promoted disrespect for authority. This controversy generated enormous amounts of press coverage, which in turn increased the show's viewership, creating one of the more effective accidental marketing cycles in television history. Fact 22. President George Herbert Walker Bush made a remark in 1992 that became one of the most famous criticisms of The Simpsons. Speaking at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention, Bush said that American families should be more like the Waltons and less like The Simpsons. The show's writers responded by writing a scene in which the Simpson family watches the speech on television and Homer says, "We are just like the Waltons. We are praying for the end of the Depression too." The scene aired within weeks of Bush's original remark. Fact 23. The music of The Simpsons was composed by Danny Elfman, who was already a well-established film and television composer by the time the show debuted. Elfman composed the main theme in a single afternoon, working quickly to meet the show's production deadline. He has described the theme as one of the pieces he is most frequently asked about, despite considering it one of his simpler compositions. The theme is written in a time signature that shifts between measures, giving it an irregular, slightly anxious quality that suits the show's tone perfectly. Fact 24. The couch gag that opens every episode of The Simpsons, in which the family races home to sit on the couch and something unexpected happens upon their arrival, was originally conceived as a simple way to pad the opening credits sequence to the correct length when episodes ran short. Production schedules varied slightly from episode to episode, and having an expandable gag that could be lengthened or shortened as needed gave the editors flexibility. Over time, the couch gag became one of the most anticipated parts of each new episode, with some examples becoming famous in their own right as short animated films. Fact 25. The most elaborate couch gag in the show's history, by most measurements, was produced for the show's 510th episode in season 23. It was directed by Banksy, the anonymous British street artist, and depicted a grim vision of the animation industry, in which impoverished overseas animators worked in sweatshop conditions to produce the very episode that viewers were watching. Fox initially resisted airing the segment, and there were extended negotiations between the network and the show's producers before it was approved. The segment aired with minimal changes from Banksy's original vision. Fact 26. The Simpsons has been produced in South Korea for most of its run by an animation studio called ACOM. This is a common arrangement in American animation, where the storyboarding and design work is done domestically, but the actual drawing and coloring is outsourced to studios in South Korea, where labor costs are lower. The arrangement has been acknowledged by the show itself in multiple episodes that gently satirize the practice of animation outsourcing. Fact 27. The show switched from traditional cell animation to digital animation in the year 2000, beginning with the season 12 episode, Tennis the Menace. The transition changed the visual quality of the show significantly, giving it a cleaner and more consistent look while eliminating some of the textural warmth that hand-drawn cells had provided. Longtime fans have debated whether the transition improved or diminished the show's visual character, with most agreeing that something intangible was lost even as the technical quality increased. Fact 28. The Simpsons was the first animated series to be nominated for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Comedy Series. It received the nomination in 1992 for its third season and was widely considered a genuine contender, though it ultimately did not win. The nomination was nonetheless a significant moment, as it represented the first time the Television Academy had seriously considered an animated program alongside live-action comedies for its most prestigious comedy award. Fact 29. The show has won the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Animated Program more times than any other animated series. It has also won the Peabody Award, which is among the most prestigious honors in American broadcasting, on multiple occasions. The show was recognized with a Peabody in its very first season, an almost unprecedented achievement for a series that had been on the air for less than a year. Fact 30. The Simpsons holds the Guinness World Record for the longest-running American animated series, the longest-running American sitcom, and the longest-running American scripted primetime television series. These records are held simultaneously, which is a combination that no other program in the history of American television has achieved or is likely to approach in the near future. Fact 31. The show's writing staff has historically been one of the most academically credentialed in American television. During the golden age of the series, which most critics place in seasons 3 through 8, an extraordinarily high percentage of the writers held degrees from Harvard University, many of them having worked on the Harvard Lampoon, the university's famous humor publication. The concentration of Harvard-educated writers was so notable that it became a frequently cited fact about the show and contributed to the perception of The Simpsons as unusually sophisticated for a primetime animated comedy. Fact 32. Among the Harvard-educated writers who have worked on The Simpsons is Conan O'Brien, who later became a celebrated late-night television host. O'Brien wrote for the show during its fourth season, which many critics consider among the finest in the series' history. He contributed to several episodes that have since become canonical classics, including Marge vs. The Monorail, which he wrote entirely himself and which is frequently cited as one of the greatest individual episodes in the show's run. Fact 33. Al Jean, who has served as showrunner for The Simpsons for an extended period, attended Harvard University and worked on the Harvard Lampoon. He first joined the show's writing staff in the early seasons and has been involved in the production in various capacities almost continuously since then. His tenure as showrunner has made him the longest-serving showrunner in the history of the series by a considerable margin. Fact 34. The show has had numerous showrunners over its run, each of whom brought a somewhat different sensibility to the series. The transitions between showrunners are often cited by fans and critics as marking distinct phases in the show's evolution. The shift from the Sam Simon era to the Al Jean and Mike Reiss era, to the Conan O'Brien era, and then to the later seasons under various showrunners, represents one of the most extensively documented creative transitions in television history, partly because The Simpsons has been so thoroughly analyzed by its audience. Fact 35. Sam Simon was one of the 3 original creators of The Simpsons, alongside Matt Groening and James L. Brooks, but he departed from the show at the end of the 4th season, following a period of intense conflict with Groening. Despite leaving the show, Simon continued to receive a substantial portion of the show's profits under the terms of his original contract for the remainder of his life. He used a significant portion of this income for philanthropic work, including funding animal rights organizations and cancer research. Simon died in March of 2015 after a lengthy battle with colorectal cancer. Fact 36. James L. Brooks, one of the show's 3 original creators, was already one of the most successful producers in American entertainment by the time The Simpsons debuted. He had produced the critically acclaimed drama The Mary Tyler Moore Show and the comedy Taxi, and had won 3 Academy Awards for his work on Terms of Endearment and broadcast news. His involvement with The Simpsons gave the show an immediate credibility within the industry that a purely animated project might not have otherwise commanded. Fact 37. The Simpsons was not the only animated adult comedy that Fox was developing in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The network also developed Futurama, which Groening created later, and a number of other animated projects. The success of The Simpsons effectively opened a door in American television through which a wave of other adult animated comedies eventually passed, including Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill, South Park, Family Guy, and dozens of others that would not exist in their current form without the commercial and critical precedent that The Simpsons established. Fact 38. The show's title sequence, in which the family rushes home from their various activities and collapses onto the couch, was designed to be endlessly variable. The activities that each family member engages in during the sequence occasionally change between episodes, and the couch gag at the end is different in almost every episode. This variability was built into the sequence from the beginning as a way of rewarding attentive viewers who notice the changes. Fact 39. In the original title sequence, as Lisa rides her saxophone riff home on her bicycle, she passes in front of a billboard. The content of that billboard has changed hundreds of times over the course of the series, usually with a joke or a reference that is relevant to the specific episode. Dedicated fans have cataloged every billboard variation, and the complete list fills several substantial databases online. Fact 40. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, was the culmination of years of discussion about whether to bring the show to theaters. The project was repeatedly announced, delayed, reconsidered, and revised across a development period that stretched for nearly 2 decades. At various points, the film seemed likely to never happen at all. When it finally arrived, it was produced with a budget of approximately $75 million and went on to gross more than $520 million worldwide, making it one of the most commercially successful animated films of its era. Fact 41. The screenplay for The Simpsons movie was credited to 11 writers, which is an unusually large number for a feature film. The writing process involved multiple complete rewrites over several years, and enormous amounts of material that was developed for the film was ultimately cut or replaced. The final film contains only a fraction of the total content that was written and considered during its long development. Fact 42. One of the most contentious decisions made during the production of The Simpsons movie was the choice to begin the film with a scene in which the characters watch a fictional, itchy and scratchy film at a movie theater, with Homer breaking the fourth wall to mock the audience for paying to watch something they could see for free at home every week. The scene was considered risky because it essentially acknowledged the strangeness of watching a television show in a movie theater, but it was kept because the filmmakers felt the self-awareness was honest and funny. Fact 43. The Simpsons movie was rated PG-13, the first time a Simpsons production had received a rating that restricted younger audiences. The rating was earned primarily by a scene in which Bart Simpson appears full-frontally nude on a skateboard, which the filmmakers deliberately included as a reference to the character's mischievous nature. The decision to include the scene generated some controversy during the film's press tour. Fact 44. Despite the enormous commercial success of The Simpsons movie, a sequel has never been produced. Groening and other creative principals have made occasional vague references to the possibility of a second film in interviews, but more than 15 years after the original film's release, no sequel has been officially announced or confirmed. Fact 45. The Simpsons has made the transition to streaming, with all episodes available on the Disney Plus platform, following the Walt Disney Company's acquisition of Fox's entertainment assets in 2019. The transition to Disney Plus caused a minor controversy when it was revealed that the service was presenting episodes in a widescreen format that cropped parts of the original 4:3 aspect ratio image, cutting off visual jokes that had been placed at the edges of the frame. Disney later added the option to view episodes in their original aspect ratio after fan complaints. Fact 46. The acquisition of Fox by Disney in 2019 was presaged by an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 1998, in which a caption referred to Fox as a division of Walt Disney Co. The joke was a satirical commentary on corporate consolidation in the media industry. When the actual merger happened 21 years later, the clip was widely shared as another example of the show's apparent predictability. Fact 47. The show's long run has created a peculiar situation in which several of the original voice actors have passed away, and their characters have been either retired or recast. Edna Krabappel, Bart's fourth-grade teacher, was retired after the death of actress Marcia Wallace in 2013. The character was given an emotional farewell that the show handled with unusual sincerity, and Edna's memory has been referenced in subsequent seasons. Fact 48. Phil Hartman, who voiced recurring characters Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, died in 1998. Both characters were retired out of respect for Hartman, and the show has never recast them despite their popularity. Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz remain among the most beloved recurring characters in the show's history, and their absence is frequently noted by fans who grew up watching the show during the era when Hartman was part of the cast. Fact 49. The Simpsons has been broadcast in more than 100 countries and has been dubbed into dozens of languages. In some countries, the dubbing process involves not just translating the dialogue, but adapting the cultural references to make them relevant to the local audience. In some European markets, Homer's famous beer of choice, Duff beer, has been changed to different beverages that are more culturally familiar to local viewers. Fact 50. Despite having run for 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, The Simpsons shows no clear sign of ending. The show's cast and producers have renewed their contracts multiple times, with the most recent renewals extending the show through at least season 38. Whether the show will outlast the availability and health of its core voice cast remains one of the more melancholy questions in contemporary television. But for now, the lights in Springfield are still on, and Homer is still stumbling through the front door after another day at the plant. Drop a comment letting us know where you are in the world right now and what time it is there. It is a strange and lovely thought, knowing that people in completely different places are settling in to listen to the same words. And if you have not subscribed yet, now would be a good time. Stay comfortable. Let everything slow down a little. We are moving deeper into Springfield now, past the water tower and the nuclear plant and down onto Evergreen Terrace, where the lights are on and the television is going and a family is doing what it always does, which is surviving each other with improbable amounts of love. Fact 51. Homer J. Simpson was born on May 12th, a date that the show has established across multiple episodes with reasonable consistency, though the year of his birth has shifted over the decades as the floating timeline has dragged the present forward. At the beginning of the series, Homer's backstory placed his formative years in the 1960s and 70s. In later seasons, those same formative years were relocated to the 1980s and 90s to preserve the sense that he was a plausible contemporary of the audience. Fact 52. Homer's middle name Jay was confirmed in multiple episodes and appears in official documents seen on screen. His full legal name, Homer J. Simpson, was something the show's writers considered carefully, as the initials spell HJS, which has no particular significance within the show, but has been noted by fans who index every detail of Springfield's fictional paperwork. Fact 53. Homer's signature exclamation, the elongated sound of frustration that sounds like a groan stretched into a full expression of despair, was something Dan Castellaneta developed gradually during the early seasons. It began as a more conventional expression of annoyance and evolved through experimentation into the version that became iconic. Castellaneta has performed the exclamation thousands of times across the show's run and has said that the key to making it land correctly is committing to the physical sensation of it rather than thinking about the sound. Intellectually. Fact 54. Homer's fondness for donuts is one of the show's most consistent and well-documented character traits, but it originated partly from the fact that the animation team found donuts visually appealing and easy to render clearly. The circular shape reads well on screen even at small sizes, the frosting provides visual contrast, and the sprinkles add detail that makes the food look inviting. What began as an animation convenience became a defining personality trait. Fact 55. Homer's relationship with food generally is one of the show's running threads. He has been depicted eating an enormous variety of foods in enormous quantities, and his descriptions of food that he is anticipating or remembering are among the most lovingly detailed passages in the show's writing. The writers have said that the key to making Homer's food obsession funny, rather than merely gross, is that his enthusiasm is always completely genuine. He is not pretending to enjoy food. He is experiencing genuine joy, and that sincerity makes it charming rather than off-putting. Fact 56. Homer's job at the Springfield nuclear power plant, as a safety inspector in Sector 7G, was established in the series' very first episode and has remained his primary occupation for the entirety of the show's run. The job title of safety inspector is a deliberate irony, given that Homer is among the least attentive, least competent, and least safety-conscious people imaginable. The gap between the title and the reality is one of the show's most sustained jokes, running across hundreds of episodes without ever being fully resolved. Fact 57. Homer has held an extraordinary number of secondary jobs and careers across the show's run. He has been a monorail conductor, a professional boxer, a food critic, a bootlegger, an astronaut, a missionary, a country music manager, a bodyguard, a mob enforcer, a film producer, and dozens of other occupations. Each of these career digressions typically lasts a single episode before being abandoned without explanation. The accumulation of Homer's abandoned careers is so extensive that dedicated fans have created comprehensive catalogs of every job he has ever held. Fact 58. The episode in which Homer goes to space, Deep Space Homer, aired in the 5th season and was inspired by the real-life NASA program that briefly considered sending a civilian into space. The episode features a cameo by Buzz Aldrin voicing himself, and Homer's behavior aboard the space shuttle includes an incident involving a bag of potato chips that echoes real concerns about food debris in zero-gravity environments. The episode is widely considered one of the finest in the series. Fact 59. Homer's brain, as depicted in the show's various internal perspective sequences, is a character in its own right. Several episodes have featured conversations between Homer and his own cognitive processes, usually depicted as a kind of debate between his impulses, his logic, and his stomach. These sequences are among the show's most playful formal experiments, using the inside of a person's head as a dramatic setting in a way that is both completely absurd and entirely emotionally coherent. Fact 60. The episode Homer's Enemy, from the 8th season, is one of the most formally unusual in the show's history. It introduced a new character named Frank Grimes, a hard-working, competent, responsible man who becomes increasingly enraged by the fact that Homer, who is none of those things, is nonetheless successful, beloved, and comfortable. The episode essentially interrogates the logic of the show itself by introducing a character who responds to Homer's reality the way a real person would. Frank Grimes eventually has a breakdown and dies, unable to survive in a world that rewards someone like Homer. The episode divided audiences but has come to be considered one of the show's most sophisticated and unsettling experiments. Fact 61. Homer and Marge's relationship is the emotional anchor of the entire series. The show has put their marriage under various forms of stress across its run, depicting jealousy, infidelity near misses, communication breakdowns, and financial strain. But the marriage always holds, and the scenes in which Homer and Marge express their genuine affection for each other are among the show's most effective emotional moments, precisely because they occur in the context of a show that is usually much more interested in comedic chaos. Fact 62. Marge's famous tower of blue hair was established from the very beginning as an impossible physical object. Her hair grows straight up in a rigid beehive that defies gravity and physics, requires no visible maintenance, and has remained in exactly the same shape for the entirety of the show's run. The show has never explained the hair. It has never drawn attention to it within the story except occasionally as a brief joke. Marge's hair simply is, in the same way that the sky is blue and Homer is round. Some things about Springfield you accept without asking why. Fact 63. Marge's voice, with its characteristic raspy quality, was not based on any specific individual. Julie Kavner has explained that the voice emerged naturally from the character's emotional profile. Marge is a woman who holds an enormous amount inside, who processes stress and worry and love all at the same time, and the slight tension in her voice reflects that constant internal pressure. Kavner has said that when she feels what Marge would feel in a given scene, the voice arrives on its own. Fact 64. Marge's full name is Marjorie Jacqueline Simpson, née Bouvier. Her maiden name, Bouvier, was chosen as a reference to Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy Onassis, whose maiden name was also Bouvier. This choice was deliberate and reflects the show's enjoyment of naming characters after real people in ways that create small, resonant associations without making direct biographical claims. Fact 65. Marge's family of origin is explored in several episodes across the series. She has two sisters, Patty and Selma Bouvier, who are among the most consistently used recurring characters in the show and who have a complicated, often adversarial relationship with Homer that provides ongoing comedic material. Patty and Selma share a habit of chain smoking, a deep appreciation for the actor MacGyver, and a fundamental skepticism about whether Homer deserves their sister, a skepticism that the show itself never fully resolves. Fact 66. Patty Bouvier was confirmed as a lesbian in a season 16 episode, making her one of the first openly gay recurring characters in American primetime animation. The revelation was handled with relative matter-of-factness within the episode, with the show treating it as significant but not shocking, which was itself a somewhat progressive approach for the mid-2000s television landscape. Fact 67. Marge's relationship with alcohol has been explored in at least one memorable episode in which she develops a dependency on it after feeling overwhelmed by the pressures of family life. The episode, titled Marge's Drinking Problem, treats the subject with more seriousness than the show typically applies to difficult topics, and while it is ultimately resolved within the episode's time frame, it remains one of the more nuanced character studies the show has produced. Fact 68. Homer and Marge met in high school. Though, as noted in the floating timeline section, the specific era of their high school years has shifted with each retelling. The essential elements of their courtship remain consistent across versions. Homer was drawn to Marge immediately. He pursued her with a combination of awkward sincerity and stubborn persistence. Marge initially resisted and then gradually relented, and the moment she decided she genuinely cared about him was always tied to some expression of his fundamental decency beneath the chaos. Fact 69. Homer and Marge's wedding has been depicted in flashback multiple times, with the details varying slightly between tellings. One of the most detailed versions appears in the episode I Married Marge, from the 3rd season, which shows a young Homer and Marge eloping after discovering that Marge is pregnant with Bart. The episode establishes Homer's determination to do right by Marge even under difficult circumstances as a core element of his character, one that the show returns to repeatedly when it wants to remind the audience that Homer is ultimately a good person. Fact 70. The show has established that Homer loves Marge with a depth and sincerity that exceeds almost everything else in his life. In the episode And Maggie Makes Three, from the 6th season, it is revealed that Homer had once achieved his lifelong dream of working at a bowling alley rather than the nuclear plant, but gave up that dream without hesitation when Marge became pregnant with Maggie. The episode ends with the revelation that Homer has covered the wall of his workstation at the nuclear plant with photos of Maggie, because her picture was the only thing that made the place bearable. The final image of the episode is one of the most celebrated in the show's history. Fact 71. Homer's relationship with food, alcohol, and television is often discussed as a form of self-medication, a way of managing the gap between the life he has and the life he might have imagined for himself. The show treats these indulgences with affection rather than condemnation, partly because Homer's enjoyment of simple pleasures is so genuine, and partly because the show understands that most people cope with life through some version of the same strategy. Fact 72. Marge's cooking is depicted as consistently excellent, one of the more reliable sources of domestic pleasure in the Simpson household. The show has occasionally shown her attempting new recipes or confronting culinary challenges with the same methodical competence she brings to most practical problems. Her ability to stretch a limited household budget into satisfying family meals is presented as a genuine skill rather than a stereotype, and the show treats it with the same respect it gives to Homer's occasional displays of unexpected competence. Fact 73. Homer's father, Abraham Simpson, known as Grandpa, is a recurring character who lives at the Springfield retirement castle and serves as a kind of Greek chorus for the show's observations about aging, memory, and the relationship between fathers and sons. Grandpa's stories are famously digressive and unreliable, wandering across decades and continents in ways that connect to the present only tenuously. The show uses his unreliability as a comic device, while also using it to explore the poignant reality of how memory shifts and frays with age. Fact 74. Grandpa Simpson was voiced by Dan Castellaneta, the same actor who voices Homer, which creates an interesting formal situation in scenes where Grandpa and Homer appear together. Castellaneta manages the two voices distinctly enough that audiences generally do not consciously register that they are hearing the same actor, though attentive viewers can detect the kinship between the two vocal performances. Fact 75. The relationship between Homer and Grandpa is one of the show's more melancholy subtexts. Homer frequently finds Grandpa tiresome and neglects him in ways that the show depicts with clear-eyed honesty about adult children's complicated feelings toward aging parents. But in moments of crisis, or in episodes that revisit Homer's childhood, the depth of the bond between them is evident. The show does not excuse Homer's neglect, but it contextualizes it as the kind of failure that real people commit every day, which makes it quietly devastating rather than simply disappointing. Fact 76. Homer's mother, Mona Simpson, as established in detail in Section 1, was a major influence on the show's emotional architecture. Her absence shaped Homer's personality in ways that the show gradually revealed across multiple seasons. Her eventual death, depicted in the episode Mona Leaves, A from the 19th season, was one of the quietest and most genuinely moving moments in the show's later years. A scene of a son sitting with his dying mother that stripped away the show's usual defenses and simply let the feeling exist. Fact 77. Marge's relationship with Homer includes an element that the show has occasionally explored but never fully resolved: the question of whether she could have had a different life. Several episodes have depicted versions of Marge's history in which she might have pursued a career, a different romantic relationship, or a different city. Each of these alternate possibilities is ultimately discarded, but the fact that the show raises them suggests a sustained interest in what it costs a smart, capable woman to organize her life primarily around the needs of others. Fact 78. Homer has a half-brother, Herbert Powell, played by Danny DeVito in his guest appearances, who represents what Homer might have been in a different set of circumstances. Herbert is wealthy, successful, and accomplished, but he is also emotionally incomplete in ways that Homer, despite his chaos and incompetence, is not. The comparison between the two brothers is one of the show's more pointed observations about the relationship between material success and genuine human fullness. Fact 79. The episode in which Homer meets Herbert, "Oh brother, where art thou?" from the second season, ends with Homer inadvertently destroying Herbert's company by designing a car that incorporates every feature Homer personally wants, regardless of whether those features are practical or affordable. The car is a disaster and bankrupts Herbert. But the episode does not treat this as a reason to dislike Homer. It treats it as a tragedy of good intentions meeting practical incompetence, which is one of the show's most reliable emotional frameworks. Fact 80. Homer's relationship with his own limitations is one of the more philosophically interesting aspects of the character. He is aware, at some level, that he is not particularly smart or capable, but he rarely dwells on this awareness in a way that makes him bitter or resentful. His fundamental contentment with who he is, even when who he is causes problems for everyone around him, is both maddening and oddly admirable. He has achieved a form of self-acceptance that many more capable people never manage. Fact 81. Marge's artistic abilities were explored in a memorable third-season episode in which she discovers a talent for painting and produces a portrait of Burns that is displayed in the Springfield Museum. The episode establishes that Marge has genuine creative gifts that her domestic life has never given her the space to develop, a theme that reappears in various forms throughout the series. Fact 82. Homer's physical durability, his ability to absorb punishment that would kill or permanently injure a normal person, has been established across so many episodes that it has become a defining characteristic. He has fallen down Springfield Gorge multiple times, been electrocuted, set on fire, shot, and exposed to various toxic substances, recovering from each incident with no lasting consequences. The show treats this as a comedic convention, while the more theoretically inclined members of the audience see it as evidence of the radiation-based mutation theory discussed in Section 1. Fact 83. The show has occasionally depicted Homer at a higher level of intelligence than usual, most famously in the episode Homer's Enemy, when he builds a scale model of a nuclear plant out of toothpicks that is vastly more sophisticated than anything his colleagues could produce. These occasional displays of latent competence suggest that the crayon and brain storyline is pointing at something real, that there is a more capable Homer buried beneath the layers of damage, accessible in moments when his unconscious genius briefly surfaces. Fact 84. Homer's relationship with Ned Flanders, his neighbor, is one of the show's most sustained and complex dynamics. Homer frequently treats Ned with thoughtless cruelty, borrowing his possessions without asking, taking his generosity for granted, and occasionally saying things that are genuinely hurtful. But he also, in moments of crisis, demonstrates a protective instinct toward Ned that suggests a deeper affection than his usual behavior would indicate. The relationship is a study in how proximity creates bonds that transcend behavior. Fact 85. Marge's mental health has been explored in various episodes, including one in which she develops obsessive-compulsive tendencies around cleaning, and another in which she struggles with anxiety that she has difficulty naming or admitting to herself. The show handles these explorations with more sensitivity than its reputation as a broad cartoon comedy might suggest, partly because the writers understand that Marge's composure is a performance that costs her something. Fact 86. Homer's dreams, depicted in several episodes, tend toward wish fulfillment of a very specific and uncomplicated kind. He dreams about food, about bowling, about being appreciated by the people around him. His dreams are not ambitious in any grand sense. They reveal a person whose deepest desires are for comfort, belonging, and the uncomplicated pleasure of things that taste good and feel familiar. Fact 87. Marge and Homer have faced financial stress throughout the series in ways that reflect the economic realities of the American working class at various points in the show's history. Their house is mortgaged, their car breaks down. Homer's salary from the power plant is decent but not enough to prevent periodic crises. The show uses financial anxiety as a recurring plot engine because it is one of the most universally relatable forms of stress, and because Homer's relationship with money, characterized by impulsive spending and complete lack of planning, generates reliable comedic situations. Fact 88. The Simpson house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is one of the most detailed fictional domestic spaces in American television. Its layout has been mapped in detail across hundreds of episodes, though the show occasionally violates its own established geography when a scene requires a different configuration. The house has a basement, an attic, a garage, a backyard with a barbecue pit, and a living room dominated by the television set that serves as the family's primary communal gathering point. Fact 89. Homer's love of beer, specifically Duff beer, is one of the character's most consistent traits. Duff beer is a fictional brand that appears throughout the show and has been the subject of considerable discussion within the entertainment industry about whether it could be commercially licensed as a real product. For many years, the show's producers resisted this because they did not want to be seen as marketing alcohol to children. A real Duff beer has since appeared in various markets through different licensing arrangements, with varying degrees of official sanction. Fact 90. Marge's relationship with religion is somewhat less fervent than Ned Flanders, but considerably more sincere than Homer's. She attends church, raises her children with religious instruction, and draws genuine comfort from her faith. But she does not treat her faith as a reason to judge others, and her religious practice is practical and warm rather than doctrinaire. The contrast between Marge's quiet faith and Ned's overwhelming religiosity is one of the show's more nuanced explorations of the range of ways that religious belief manifests in ordinary life. Fact 91. Homer has met God twice within the show's canonical continuity. Each encounter is handled differently. The first, in the fourth season episode Homer the Heretic, depicts God as a large, luminous figure whose face is never clearly shown, consistent with various religious traditions about divine appearance. The second encounter occurs in a Treehouse of Horror segment and is considerably more playful. The show's willingness to depict God as a character, and to do so with varying tones across different episodes, is one of the more audacious aspects of its approach to religious content. Fact 92. The show has depicted Homer's death, or something very close to it, multiple times, primarily in Treehouse of Horror episodes that exist outside the main canonical timeline. In these non-canonical segments, Homer has died in creative and elaborate ways, without consequence for subsequent episodes. The non-canonical framing gives the show freedom to explore darker material without permanently altering the characters, which is one of the primary functions of the annual Halloween special. Fact 93. Homer's catchphrases, beyond the famous frustrated exclamation, include a number of expressions that have entered the general cultural lexicon. The phrase, followed by a food item, used to express anticipatory desire, has become so thoroughly associated with the character that many people use it in everyday conversation without consciously registering its Simpsons origin. The phrase dough, Homer's expression of self-recrimination after something goes wrong, was added to the Oxford English Dictionary in 2001, a remarkable milestone for a word invented for an animated character. Fact 94. Marge has been shown pursuing various creative and professional endeavors across the series with mixed results. She has worked as a police officer, a real estate agent, a pretzel entrepreneur, and an artist. Each of these excursions into the professional world provides an episode's worth of plot material before she returns to her primary role as the household's emotional center. The pattern of exploration and return reflects the show's ambivalence about Marge's situation, acknowledging her capabilities while consistently placing her back in the domestic role. Fact 95. Homer's relationship with his car is depicted with an affection that parallels his relationship with beer and donuts. He has owned various vehicles across the series, and his attachment to them is both comic and oddly touching. Cars represent freedom and dignity in a way that resonates with many working-class viewers, and Homer's pride in his vehicle, however battered and unreliable, is a genuine expression of that cultural attachment. Fact 96. The show has explored what happens to Homer and Marge's relationship when one of them becomes temporarily more successful or socially prominent than the other, and these explorations consistently reveal that the relationship is most stable when they are roughly equal in status. When Homer achieves unusual success, he tends to neglect Marge. When Marge achieves success, Homer tends to feel threatened. The show treats these dynamics honestly without casting blame on either party, recognizing them as common patterns in long-term partnerships. Fact 97. Homer's love for his children is demonstrated most clearly in moments of crisis. He is not a consistent or attentive parent in the conventional sense. He forgets things, loses his temper, and occasionally causes direct harm through negligence or impulsiveness. But in situations where his children are genuinely in danger, he responds with a ferocity and a willingness to sacrifice himself that reveals the depth of what he feels for them. The combination of daily inadequacy and underlying fierce love is one of the most realistic things about Homer as a character. Fact 98. Marge's patience is frequently presented as a virtue, but the show has also explored the cost of that patience and the danger that it can shade into self-erasure. Episodes in which Marge finally reaches a breaking point, whether with Homer or with some external situation, tend to be among the most dramatically effective in the series because they reveal the internal life that her characteristic composure keeps hidden. Fact 99. Homer and Marge's marriage has been subjected to various external threats across the show's run, including infatuation from other characters, professional separations, and at least one episode in which they discover they were never legally married and have to go through the ceremony again. Each threat is ultimately resolved, and the resolution consistently affirms that whatever their individual frustrations and limitations, Homer and Marge are fundamentally committed to each other in a way that transcends circumstance. Fact 100. The emotional core of The Simpsons, for all its absurdism and satire and surreal invention, is ultimately the specific and ordinary love that exists within this family. Homer loves Marge the way real people love each other, imperfectly and sometimes poorly, but with a depth that persists through everything. Marge loves Homer with a patience that sometimes strains and an affection that never fully disappears. Their love is not grand or poetic. It is domestic and complicated and real in the way that only fictional things that have been carefully observed from life can be real. It is why, after 36 years, people still come home to Evergreen Terrace every week. Let the pace slow down even further now. There is no urgency here. We are just sitting in Springfield, watching the kids come home from school. Bart dropping his backpack at the door. Lisa heading straight to her room with her saxophone. Maggie in the playpen, watching everything with those enormous, knowing eyes. Take a breath. We have time. Fact 101. Bartholomew Jojo Simpson, known universally as Bart, was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted in 1989. He is 10 years old today. He has been 10 years old for 36 years, which is either a remarkable feat of biological stasis or, depending on which fan theory you favor, a symptom of something much stranger happening to the town of Springfield at a fundamental level. Fact 102. Bart was, in the early seasons of the show, its primary protagonist. The marketing, the merchandise, and the cultural conversation all centered on Bart rather than Homer. He was the character who seemed to most directly embody the show's spirit of irreverence, its willingness to question authority and mock pomposity. His catchphrases were the ones that children repeated in playgrounds. His face was the one on the t-shirts that got banned from schools. Fact 103. The show gradually shifted its center of gravity from Bart to Homer across the third and fourth seasons, a transition that many critics have cited as one of the defining developments of the show's creative evolution. As the writers grew more interested in Homer's complex emotional life and rich comedic potential, the show became less about a misbehaving child and more about a struggling adult, a shift that deepened the show's emotional range considerably. Fact 104. Bart's full name, Bartholomew Jojo Simpson, has been revealed in multiple episodes and is treated within the show as a source of embarrassment for the character, who much prefers the shortened version that connotes energy and mischief rather than the formal name that sounds like it belongs to a Victorian gentleman. Fact 105. Nancy Cartwright, Bart's voice actress, is considerably older than the character she plays. Cartwright was 31 years old when the standalone series debuted and has voiced the character continuously since then. She has described the experience of inhabiting a 10-year-old boy for decades as an interesting exercise in maintaining contact with a particular kind of energy, the unfiltered confidence and impulsiveness of a child who has not yet learned to suppress his immediate responses to the world. Fact 106. Cartwright has noted in interviews that one of the technical challenges of voicing Bart is producing convincing sounds of physical exertion, including running, climbing, and the various physical comedy sequences that the character frequently engages in. Unlike live action, where physical performance and vocal performance are integrated, in animation, the voice actor must convey the physical reality of a scene entirely through sound. Fact 107. Bart's relationship with authority is one of the show's defining comedic engines. He treats teachers, principals, police officers, and other institutional representatives as natural opponents in a game that he has no intention of losing. His pranks against Principal Skinner are legendary within the show's world, and his relationship with Skinner has been described by critics as one of American television's great comedic rivalries, a cat-and-mouse dynamic in which both parties derive a peculiar satisfaction from the ongoing conflict. Fact 108. Bart's best friend, Milhouse Van Houten, is widely considered one of the show's most perfectly constructed supporting characters. Milhouse is everything Bart is not: anxious, rule-following, desperately eager to please, and chronically unlucky. He adores Bart with a sincerity that Bart accepts and occasionally takes advantage of, and their friendship is both genuinely warm and occasionally exploitative in ways that the show explores with unexpected psychological honesty. Fact 109. The Van Houten family, of which Milhouse is the only child, underwent a traumatic dissolution when Milhouse's parents divorced in the 9th season. The divorce was treated with more emotional weight than such events typically receive in animated comedies, and its effect on Milhouse became an ongoing source of characterization in subsequent seasons. Kirk and Luann Van Houten remained separated for extended periods of the show's later run, creating a situation in which one of Springfield's children is dealing with a genuinely painful family rupture in the background of each episode. Fact 110. Bart has a complicated relationship with the concept of academic success. He is not, as the show has established, unintelligent. He is creative, resourceful, and capable of sophisticated thinking when motivated. What he lacks is the ability to care about the things that school asks him to care about, and his academic failure is less a reflection of his intelligence than a reflection of his genuine indifference to the subjects being taught. Episodes in which Bart finds something he genuinely cares about reveal a completely different level of engagement and capability. Fact 111. One of the most memorable episodes built around Bart's hidden potential is Bart Gets an F, from the 2nd season, in which Bart desperately tries and ultimately fails to pass a history test despite genuine effort. The episode is notable for depicting Bart's failure with real pathos rather than comic indifference, and for including a scene in which Bart cries after receiving his failing grade, a moment of vulnerability that established him as a more emotionally complex character than his surface behavior suggested. Fact 112. Bart's relationship with his sister Lisa is one of the show's most layered and consistently developed dynamics. They argue constantly. They torment each other in the casual, merciless way that only siblings can. But in moments of genuine crisis, they also demonstrate a loyalty to each other that is unambiguous and moving. Several episodes have been structured around a single act of kindness or understanding between them, and these episodes tend to be among the most emotionally resonant in the series. Fact 113. Lisa Marie Simpson is 8 years old, has been 8 years old for 36 years, and is widely considered the show's moral conscience, its voice of reason, and its most consistently tragic figure. She is brilliant, ethical, passionate, and almost entirely unable to change the world around her, which is the show's most sustained and quietly devastating joke. Fact 114. Lisa's name was taken directly from Matt Groening's own sister, Lisa Groening. Groening has said that the character shares some temperamental similarities with his sister, but is not intended as a biographical portrait. The name was chosen before the character's personality was fully developed, and the personality that eventually emerged was shaped primarily by the writer's room rather than by Groening's family memories. Fact 115. Yeardley Smith, who voices Lisa, has described the character as one of the more emotionally demanding roles she has performed, despite the fact that it involves simply speaking into a microphone. The emotional demands come from the character's frequent experiences of feeling isolated, misunderstood, and overwhelmed by the gap between her understanding of the world and everyone else's. Smith has said she finds it easy to access those feelings because they are not entirely foreign to her own experience. Fact 116. Lisa's saxophone playing is one of the show's most sonically distinctive elements. The saxophone solos that accompany her emotional scenes are typically performed by studio musicians and are written to capture the specific emotional state of the moment, ranging from the mournful wail of a deeply lonely child to the joyful improvisation of someone who has briefly found their place in the world. The show has used Lisa's saxophone as an emotional shorthand with remarkable consistency across its run. Fact 117. The real saxophone playing on the show was performed for many years by Bleeding Gums Murphy, a character within the show's world who served as Lisa's musical mentor and whose relationship with her was one of the series' most touching ongoing subplots. Murphy died in the 5th season episode Round Springfield, which also happened to coincide with the death of a real musician, Ron Taylor, who had voiced the character. The episode was dedicated to Taylor. Fact 118. Lisa's vegetarianism was established in the 7th season episode Lisa the Vegetarian, in which she decides she cannot eat meat after bonding with a lamb at a petting zoo. The episode featured a guest appearance by Paul McCartney and his then-wife Linda McCartney, who had been vegetarian advocates for decades. McCartney's condition for appearing in the episode was that Lisa's vegetarianism would be treated as a permanent character choice rather than a temporary plot development that would be reversed by the following week. The show honored this condition, and Lisa has remained vegetarian for all subsequent seasons. Fact 119. Lisa's Buddhism was established in a later season when she converted from the family's default Protestantism after finding the Buddhist teachings more compatible with her understanding of the world. Like her vegetarianism, this was treated as a lasting character development rather than a one-episode detour, and her Buddhist practice has informed her approach to various situations in subsequent episodes. Fact 120. Lisa's intelligence is repeatedly established as exceptional by any standard. She has been shown solving complex mathematical problems, playing musical instruments at a professional level, conducting scientific research, and reasoning through ethical dilemmas with a sophistication that surpasses most adults in her vicinity. The show does not specify her IQ numerically with consistency, but various tests and assessments within episodes suggest a figure that places her in the top fraction of a % of the population. Fact 121. Despite her extraordinary intelligence, Lisa consistently struggles to find social connection in Springfield. Her classmates find her irritating or intimidating. The adults in her life are impressed but uncomfortable. The gap between her intellectual capacity and the world's willingness to engage with it is the central tragedy of her character, and the show returns to this gap regularly, always with the same essential honesty about how difficult it is to be the smartest person in a room that does not particularly value intelligence. Fact 122. One of the most celebrated Lisa-centered episodes is the Season 6 story Lisa's Wedding, in which a fortune teller shows Lisa a vision of her future at age 23. The future Lisa is engaged to an Englishman named Hugh Parkfield, and the episode explores what happens when a highly intelligent woman from a complicated background meets a man whose family does not understand her family, and her family does not understand herself. The episode ends with the engagement falling apart, and present-day Lisa is left with the knowledge of a future that may or may not come true. It is one of the show's most elegiac and quietly beautiful episodes. Fact 123. The character of Ralph Wiggum, who appears frequently as a classmate of Lisa and a friend of sorts to Bart, has become one of the show's most beloved supporting characters for his utterly surreal non-sequiturs and his complete disconnection from any conventional form of social or logical understanding. Ralph's statements, which appear in every episode and rarely bear any relationship to the conversation around them, have been collected by fans into extensive catalogs. He once said that his cat's breath smells like cat food, which has been cited by multiple critics as one of the show's funniest single lines. Fact 124. Ralph's father, Chief Clancy Wiggum, is Springfield's perpetually ineffective police chief. Wiggum's incompetence is a running feature of the show's civic landscape, and his repeated failure to solve crimes, prevent disorder, or enforce the law with any consistency is one of the show's most sustained institutional jokes. The show treats his failures with affection rather than malice, partly because Wiggum is depicted as a man who genuinely believes he is doing his job correctly. Fact 125. Bart's prank calls to Moe's Tavern, in which he asks Moe, the bartender, to page fictional patrons with names that, when read aloud, form obscene phrases, are one of the show's most beloved recurring gags from the early seasons. The prank names have been cataloged extensively. Famous examples include I, P, Freely, Amanda Huggingkiss, and Alcoholic. The gag eventually faded as the show moved into later seasons, partly because the writers felt they had exhausted the comic potential of the formula. Fact 126. Moe Sislak, the tavern owner who receives Bart's prank calls, is one of the show's most complexly written supporting characters. Beneath his hostile exterior and his consistently unsuccessful romantic life, Moe is depicted as a man of surprising tenderness and genuine kindness, someone who has been disappointed so many times. That disappointment has become his default setting, but who has not entirely abandoned the hope of something better. Several Moe-centered episodes are among the show's most emotionally rich. Fact 127. Bart's skateboard, which he uses constantly in the early seasons of the show and in the opening credits, is one of the character's most iconic visual accessories. The show's original skateboard sequence in the title credits captured something essential about the character's freedom and energy. The skateboard gradually became less prominent in later seasons as the show shifted its creative focus, but it remains an enduring image associated with Bart's character. Fact 128. Lisa's relationship with her father is one of the show's most tender and consistently explored dynamics. Despite Homer's general cluelessness and occasional thoughtlessness, his love for Lisa is evident, and his pride in her achievements, even when he does not understand them, is one of his most appealing qualities. Episodes that center on Homer and Lisa's relationship tend to be among the show's most emotionally effective, partly because the gap between who Homer is and what Lisa needs from a parent creates both comedy and genuine pathos. Fact 129. One of the most beloved Homer and Lisa episodes is the 8th season story You Only Move Twice, which does not directly involve their relationship but is often cited in discussions of it because it shows Homer choosing his family over a genuinely exciting opportunity, a choice that Homer makes without hesitation and without awareness that he is doing something meaningful. The episode illustrates how Homer's love for his family operates below the level of conscious decision-making, as an instinct rather than a resolution. Fact 130. Margaret Evelyn Simpson, known as Maggie, is 1 year old and has been 1 year old for 36 years. She communicates primarily through pacifier noises, facial expressions, and the occasional pointed action. She has discharged a firearm. She has led an organized rebellion. She has saved her family's life on multiple occasions. She has demonstrated problem-solving capabilities that exceed those of most adults in the show's world. And she has done all of this without saying a single word, because in Springfield, silence is the most powerful thing you can choose. Fact 131. Maggie's only clearly canonical spoken word is Daddy, voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in a 1992 episode. Taylor's involvement in the episode was a significant event at the time, as she was one of the most famous women in the world and her participation in a cartoon was unexpected. The word was delivered with a warmth and clarity that made it genuinely moving, and the episode treated the moment with appropriate weight. Maggie has not produced another clearly intelligible word since. Fact 132. The theatrical short The Longest Daycare, released in 2012, is the most extended exploration of Maggie's inner life in the show's history. In 7 minutes of essentially wordless storytelling, it depicts Maggie navigating a daycare environment, forming an attachment to a caterpillar, and devising an elaborate series of plans to protect it from a bullying classmate. The short was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film, the first Simpsons production to receive that recognition. Fact 133. Maggie's antagonist in The Longest Daycare is a baby named Gerald, who is identified in the main series as having been Maggie's enemy since their first encounter as infants in the nursery. Gerald is distinguished by his single large eyebrow, which has made him visually memorable despite his minimal dialogue. The ongoing rivalry between Maggie and Gerald is one of the show's longest-running background subplots, technically beginning before either character was old enough to have a defined personality. Fact 134. Maggie has saved Homer's life on multiple occasions. The most dramatic of these occurs in a non-canonical Treehouse of Horror segment, but within the canonical episodes, she has also demonstrated a protective instinct toward her family that far exceeds what would normally be expected of a one-year-old. The show treats her protectiveness as both a comedic device and a genuine character trait. Fact 135. The question of who will voice Maggie in a future episode or theatrical production in which she speaks at length has been a subject of fan speculation for decades. The show has never definitively answered this question, largely because doing so would require committing to a version of Maggie that is more fully articulated than the show has chosen to present. Fact 136. Bart's relationship with girls has been a recurring source of comedic material across the show's run. He has experienced various forms of romantic interest, usually handled with the slightly embarrassed earnestness of a 10-year-old who finds the whole subject simultaneously fascinating and confusing. The show has treated these storylines with enough authenticity to make them feel grounded rather than merely cute. Fact 137. Lisa's romantic interest in various male characters across the show's run has been handled with a sensitivity that reflects her emotional intelligence. She tends to fall for older or more sophisticated figures, which the show uses to explore both her loneliness and her tendency to idealize connection before it can disappoint her. Her eventual romantic disappointments are portrayed with genuine sadness rather than comic relief. Fact 138. Bart's academic nemesis, Martin Prince, is a character whose intellectual ability rivals Lisa's but whose social standing is even more precarious. Martin is the class prodigy, the student who gets every answer right and is despised for it by his classmates, including Bart. The show has occasionally explored Martin's inner life in ways that reveal a more complicated and sympathetic character than his surface role as a punchline would suggest. Fact 139. Nelson Muntz, one of Bart's circle of friends and the school's primary bully, has been given a genuinely poignant backstory across multiple episodes that explain his toughness as a coping mechanism for a deeply unstable home life. His mother has been depicted as unreliable and his father as absent, and Nelson's behavior is consistently framed within the show as the predictable response of a child who has had to fend for himself emotionally from a very early age. Fact 140. The character of Nelson Muntz is most famous for his signature laugh, a sharp single syllable that he deploys whenever someone else experiences misfortune. The laugh has become so culturally embedded that it appears in various contexts completely divorced from The Simpsons, used by people who may not even consciously associate it with the show. It is one of the show's most pervasive cultural contributions at the level of pure sound. Fact 141. Jimbo Jones, Kearney, and Dolph form the core of Springfield's school bully group, a trio who exist primarily to threaten Bart and Milhouse in the playground and occasionally appear in larger plots. Each has been given a small amount of individual characterization across the show's run, with Kearney notable for being a student who is clearly an adult, possibly in his late 20s, who is still attending Springfield Elementary for reasons the show has never satisfactorily explained. Fact 142. The school's cafeteria lady, Doris Friedman, voiced for most of the show's run by Doris Grau until her death in 1995, is another of the show's background characters who accumulated a rich comedic identity through repetition. Her culinary approach, which involves incorporating the most alarming possible ingredients into school lunch, is a running visual gag that captures something true about the resigned pragmatism of institutional food service. Fact 143. Bart's relationship with Principal Skinner has been a primary comedic relationship throughout the series, but the show has also explored the genuine complexity beneath the simple cat-and-mouse dynamic. Skinner, revealed in the Principal and the Pauper episode to be carrying a false identity, is a man whose entire institutional authority rests on a foundation he knows to be fraudulent. His conflict with Bart is partly the conflict of a man trying to maintain order in a world that he knows is built on deception. Fact 144. Lisa's environmental activism, her animal rights positions, and her various social justice commitments have been consistent features of her character since the early seasons. The show has occasionally used these commitments as the basis for gentle mockery, but it has more often treated them as genuine expressions of a character whose understanding of the world's problems outruns her ability to address them, a situation that is simultaneously comic and compassionate. Fact 145. Bart has been depicted in various flash-forward episodes as an adult with a variety of outcomes. In some futures, he is a reasonably successful if unmotivated man. In others, he has found a calling. The show has never committed to a single definitive future for him, preferring to hold the character in the same productive uncertainty that characterizes the show's relationship with all its major figures. Fact 146. Lisa's future, as depicted in Lisa's Wedding, involves becoming a student at Oxford University, the prestigious British institution. The episode depicts her as having achieved substantial academic success while still struggling with the emotional legacy of her Springfield upbringing, particularly her complicated feelings about her family and the gap between the life she is building and the life she came from. Fact 147. Bart's creative talents, which tend toward performance and improvisation rather than conventional academic achievement, have been depicted in episodes that show him excelling at activities that require quick thinking and social intelligence. He is an excellent liar, an impressive improviser, and a natural leader in situations that reward his particular combination of confidence and recklessness. Fact 148. Lisa's relationship with her own perfectionism is one of the show's more thoughtfully handled psychological themes. She sets standards for herself that no child could meet, and her frequent disappointment in her own performance is a source of ongoing emotional pain. The show treats this not as a character flaw to be corrected, but as a genuine and understandable response to the pressure of being the person in a family who everyone expects to have the answers. Fact 149. Maggie's intelligence, as theorized in the section about fan theories, may be the show's most sustained and least openly discussed long-form narrative. Across hundreds of episodes, small moments of exceptional cognitive ability accumulate without ever being formally acknowledged within the story. She is a character who is being developed in slow motion, one unremarked moment at a time, and the complete picture of who she is will only be visible when all those moments are considered together. Fact 150. The children of the Simpson family, taken together, represent three fundamentally different ways of being in a world that does not entirely accommodate you. Bart refuses to accommodate the world, demanding that it accept him on his own terms and mostly getting away with it. Lisa tries to change the world, pouring herself into the effort and frequently exhausting herself for minimal gain. And Maggie watches the world with perfect comprehension and offers it nothing, keeping her own counsel, accumulating information, and waiting for a moment that has not yet arrived. They are three different philosophies of survival, sharing a bedroom and a last name. The air feels different over here, on the side of Springfield that Burns occupies. The temperature drops a degree or two. The colors seem slightly less saturated. Even the light comes from the wrong direction. We are in Burns territory now, and Burns territory has its own rules. Fact 151. Charles Montgomery Plantagenet Schicklgruber Burns, known as Mr. Burns, is the show's primary antagonist and also one of its most beloved characters. He is a billionaire who owns the Springfield nuclear power plant, controls much of the town's economy and political life, and is so old that his memories of historical events are first-person accounts rather than received knowledge. He is a monument to the corrupting effects of unchecked wealth, and he is deeply, genuinely funny. Fact 152. Burns's age has been established across multiple episodes as exceeding 100 years, and various references within the show place his birth date in the mid to late 1800s. He has made reference to personal experiences with historical figures and events that would require a birth date somewhere between 1850 and 1880, though the show has never committed to a specific year with consistency. His exact age remains, like so many things in Springfield, productively ambiguous. Fact 153. Harry Shearer, who voices Mr. Burns as well as Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, Kent Brockman, Dr. Hibbert, and a number of other characters, has described Burns as the most technically demanding of his Simpsons characters to perform consistently. The voice requires a particular combination of elderly frailty, aristocratic hauteur, and predatory intelligence that must be balanced carefully to avoid tipping into pure caricature. Shearer has said that the key to the character is playing his menace completely straight, without any winking acknowledgement that he is a villain. Fact 154. Burns's physical description in the show has been progressively refined into one of the most distinctive character designs in American animation. His skeleton-like frame, his enormous hooked nose, his sunken eyes, and his talon-like fingers create a visual impression that is immediately recognizable even in silhouette. The character design communicates his essential nature before he opens his mouth. He is a man from whom all warmth and substance has been stripped away by time and greed, leaving only the essential architecture of power. Fact 155. The famous scene in which a doctor informs Burns that he has every disease known to medical science, held in balance by their simultaneous presence in his body, is one of the show's most quoted and most loved comedic set pieces. The doctor's explanation of what he calls Three Stooges syndrome, in which each disease prevents any other disease from gaining dominance in the same way that three stooges cannot simultaneously fit through a doorway, is a piece of absurdist medical reasoning that perfectly captures the show's approach to using technical language for comic purposes. Fact 156. Burns's relationship with his assistant Waylon Smithers Jr. is one of the show's most complex and most carefully developed. Smithers is devoted to Burns with an intensity that transcends professional loyalty and enters the territory of genuine love. The show spent many seasons hinting at the nature of this devotion before confirming explicitly in a later season that Smithers is gay and that his feelings for Burns represent his primary romantic attachment. Fact 157. Waylon Smithers Sr., Smithers' father, appears in a flashback episode that reveals he died trying to prevent a nuclear catastrophe at Burns's plant. He sacrificed himself to avert a meltdown and died a hero. Smithers Jr. grew up in Burns's care, which explains in part the depth of his attachment to the older man. The origin story adds a layer of pathos to the Smithers-Burns dynamic that the show uses sparingly but effectively. Fact 158. Burns's relationship with Smithers is complicated by Burns's near-total inability to appreciate or even recognize what Smithers provides him. Burns is unaware of or indifferent to Smithers' feelings, and his treatment of his devoted assistant ranges from casual exploitation to occasional condescending affection. The show treats this dynamic with an honesty about power imbalances in relationships that is more sophisticated than its comedic framing suggests. Fact 159. Burns's inability to remember Homer's name, despite Homer having worked at his power plant for decades, is one of the show's most enduring running gags. Burns has referred to Homer by an enormous variety of incorrect names across the series, including Hummingbird, Hapless, and various other approximations that bear some vague phonetic resemblance to Homer without actually being it. The gag works on multiple levels simultaneously, as a comment on how the extremely wealthy relate to the people who work for them, and as a pure absurdist construction. Fact 160. The episode Homer the Smithers, in which Homer temporarily takes over Smithers' responsibilities while Smithers is away, reveals that Burns is so thoroughly dependent on Smithers' management that he cannot perform even the most basic functions without assistance. He does not know how to cook for himself. He does not know how to work a telephone. He is, beneath the terrifying surface of his wealth and power, a completely helpless man who has outsourced every practical life skill to a person whose name he cannot remember Homer's without difficulty. Fact 161. Burns's youth, depicted in various flashback episodes, shows a character who was once a more conventional human being before wealth and time stripped away his more sympathetic qualities. The most revealing of these glimpses occurs in the episode Burns's Heir, in which young Burns is shown surrendering his beloved childhood teddy bear and his familial warmth in exchange for the promise of the inheritance that will eventually make him who he is. The moment is played with genuine tragedy. Fact 162. Burns went to Yale University, a detail that is referenced in multiple episodes and that connects him to the broader show mythology about elite institutional education and the networks of power it creates and sustains. His Yale connections are occasionally referenced as a source of political and commercial advantage, and the show uses them as a shorthand for the ways in which Ivy League affiliations function in American life as a form of permanent credentialing. Fact 163. Burns served in World War II in a capacity that the show has depicted as morally questionable. Various episodes have suggested that his wartime activities included collaboration with enemy forces, exploitation of wartime conditions for personal enrichment, and the acquisition of a trillion-dollar bill from the United States government through means that are never fully specified but are clearly not above board. The trillion-dollar bill has appeared in at least 2 separate episodes as a plot device. Fact 164. The weekly medical treatment that Burns undergoes to maintain his extraordinary lifespan involves radiation exposure of such intensity that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow afterward. This treatment was depicted in the episode The Springfield Files, in which Homer encounters Burns wandering in the forest after a treatment session and interprets the glowing elderly man as an alien. The treatments must be administered on a precise weekly schedule, and missing even one session would, by the show's own establishment, result in Burns's death within 7 days. Fact 165. Burns's power over Springfield extends far beyond his direct ownership of the nuclear plant. He controls the town's electrical supply, which gives him leverage over essentially every business and household in Springfield. He has connections to municipal officials, state politicians, and federal agencies that he has cultivated over decades through a combination of money, intimidation, and the patient accumulation of compromising information. He is the closest thing Springfield has to a feudal lord, and the town's relationship to him reflects many of the dynamics of feudalism, including dependence, resentment, and the impossibility of meaningful resistance. Fact 166. The episode in which Burns blocks out the sun, Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1, represents the apotheosis of his villainy. By constructing a device capable of blocking the sun's rays over Springfield and forcing residents to buy all their light and heat from his power plant, Burns has moved from economic exploitation to something close to environmental terrorism. The episode frames this as the act that finally pushes every resident of Springfield past the point of tolerance and into genuine rage, which is why the list of credible suspects for the subsequent shooting is essentially the entire cast. Fact 167. Burns's response to being shot is itself revealing. He does not initially identify his attacker when he regains consciousness. He provides a description that the investigators follow dutifully, but that leads them, through a combination of misinterpretation and coincidence, to the conclusion that a baby is responsible. Whether Burns knows the identity of his real attacker and is choosing to protect them, or whether he genuinely believes it was Maggie, is one of the show's most permanently unresolved questions. Fact 168. Burns's biological weapons laboratory, destroyed by Mona Simpson in 1969, is one of the show's most startling revelations about the character's activities. A man who manufactures weapons-grade biological agents in a town where families are raising children occupies a moral territory that goes considerably beyond mere capitalist exploitation. The show drops this detail with characteristic casualness and does not return to it, but its implications for the radiation theory and the general picture of Burns as a man willing to harm his own community for profit are significant. Fact 169. The show has depicted Burns experiencing brief moments of genuine humanization, usually in the form of unexpected kindness or vulnerability that momentarily drops his habitual predatory posture. These moments are never sustained long enough to actually rehabilitate the character, and they are usually immediately undercut by his return to form, but they serve the important function of suggesting that something recognizably human still exists beneath the calcified exterior. Fact 170. Burns owns a mansion known as Burns Manor, which is depicted as one of the largest and most forbidding private residences in American animation. It contains a bowling alley, an Olympic swimming pool, a bowling alley, a museum of natural history, a hedge maze, and numerous other amenities that reflect the Baroque excess of 19th-century plutocracy. The mansion is patrolled by hounds that Burns routinely deploys against trespassers and enemies with an enthusiasm that suggests he views the activity as entertainment. Fact 171. The command to release the hounds, which Burns issues whenever he wants to intimidate or pursue an enemy, has become one of the show's most culturally embedded catchphrases. It is used in everyday conversation to describe any situation in which an authority figure deploys subordinates or resources against a perceived threat. Like many Simpsons catchphrases, it has traveled so far from its source that people who have never watched the show use it without knowing where it comes from. Fact 172. Smithers has quit his job working for Burns on multiple occasions across the show's run. each time discovering that his life without Burns in it is more empty than he expected. The pattern of departure and return is one of the show's most persistent character cycles for Smithers, and it reflects both the genuine psychological hold that Burns has over him and Smithers' own complicated relationship with the servitude he has organized his life around. Fact 173. Burns's political activities have included running for governor of Springfield State, a campaign that he nearly won before being sabotaged by his own villainy. The campaign episode is notable for depicting the political process with a cynicism that was sharp in 1992 when it aired and has only become more resonant in the decades since. Burns's campaign tactics include a mixture of wholesale fabrication, genuine financial bribery, and the exploitation of mass media in ways that the show depicted as satirical and that subsequent political developments have made feel more documentary. Fact 174. The Springfield nuclear power plant employs a significant portion of Springfield's workforce, which is the primary reason the town is unable to effectively resist Burns's exploitation. The economic dependence of the community on the plant's employment creates the same dynamic that the show depicts in its environmental and health storylines. The people most harmed by Burns's operations are the same people who cannot afford to challenge them because doing so would destroy their livelihoods. Fact 175. The plant's safety record, as established across multiple episodes, is catastrophically poor. The 342 violations discovered during a surprise inspection represent a comprehensive failure of every safety protocol that the plant was supposed to follow. The violations include radioactive waste disposal in municipal water sources, plutonium used as an office paperweight, cracked cooling infrastructure, luminous wildlife in the facility's interior, and human skeletal remains in the basement, the last of which the show introduces and immediately abandons without any further investigation. Fact 176. Homer's employment at the plant is, as established in the section about Mona Simpson, the result of a deal struck between Burns and Grandpa Simpson rather than any merit or qualification on Homer's part. Burns agreed to guarantee Homer employment regardless of performance in exchange for Grandpa's silence about a crime Burns had committed. This arrangement has persisted for the entirety of the show's run, meaning that every episode in which Homer causes a nuclear incident and survives employment is a consequence of a secret pact between an elderly man and a billionaire who destroyed his son's mother. Fact 177. Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson, Homer's two colleagues and closest friends at the power plant, have been supporting characters throughout the show's run and have accumulated surprisingly rich characterization across hundreds of episodes. Lenny and Carl are inseparable, and the show has played with the nature of their friendship in various ways, occasionally suggesting a depth of connection that goes beyond conventional workplace friendship, while never defining it explicitly. Fact 178. Carl Carlson is one of the show's few African-American recurring characters, a fact that the show has occasionally addressed by exploring how Carl navigates a predominantly white community and workplace. These episodes are relatively rare but tend to be among the more thoughtful engagements the show has had with questions of race and belonging. Fact 179. Lenny Leonard has been depicted, in various episodes, as having a profound sensitivity to being struck in the eye, a recurring bit of physical comedy that has spawned an enormous amount of fan discussion about whether the character has some specific ocular vulnerability or whether it is simply one of the show's running visual gags. The answer is almost certainly the latter, but the fan dedication to cataloging eye-related Lenny incidents is a testament to how deeply audiences engage with even the show's most incidental running jokes. Fact 180. Smithers' collection of Malibu Stacy dolls, a running character detail established in a memorable episode centered on Lisa's efforts to reform the doll's messaging, represents one of the show's more interesting intersections of character detail and social commentary. The Malibu Stacy episode uses Smithers' fandom to explore the ways in which nostalgia and commercial attachment can override a person's more rational judgments, a theme that the show handles with enough warmth that it never becomes condescending. Fact 181. Burns' collection of art and historical artifacts, glimpsed in various episodes set in Burns Manor, suggests a man who has spent more than a century accumulating cultural objects without necessarily deriving any genuine meaning or pleasure from them. The collection is vast and impressive and entirely joyless, a monument to acquisition rather than appreciation, which is perhaps the most concise visual metaphor the show has ever created for the emptiness at the heart of extreme wealth. Fact 182. The episode Homer at the Bat, in which Burns hires a team of professional baseball players to win the company's softball championship, is one of the most celebrated in the show's history and one of the most elaborate deployment of guest stars in a single episode. The baseball players, including Roger Clemens, Wade Boggs, Ken Griffey Jr., Steve Sachs, Ozzie Smith, Jose Canseco, Don Mattingly, Darryl Strawberry, and Mike Scioscia, all participated as themselves with varying degrees of willingness to be the butt of the episode's jokes. Each player was given a character-specific misfortune during the episode, most of which turned out to have comedic parallels to their actual post-show lives. Fact 183. Burns's voice, with its thin, reedy quality and its old money cadence, was developed by Harry Shearer partly through research into the sound of very old American aristocratic speech. Shearer has referenced various historical figures and recordings of early 20th century speech patterns as inspirational material for the character's vocal quality. The result is a voice that sounds authentically ancient in a way that pure invention might not have achieved. Fact 184. Burns has no first-name intimates in Springfield. He is always Mr. Burns, a formal address that reflects both his insistence on maintaining hierarchical distance and the fact that no one in Springfield is actually his equal in the social terms he recognizes. Even Smithers, his closest companion, refers to him as Mr. Burns. The formality is both a defense mechanism and an honest reflection of Burns's self-conception. He is not a person who has relationships. He is a person who has subordinates. Fact 185. The power plant's relationship to Springfield's environment has been consistently depicted as catastrophic. The three-eyed fish Blinky, the glowing wildlife in the plant's basement, the contamination of local water supplies, and the broader pattern of environmental degradation that the show associates with the plant's operations are all part of a sustained critique of industrial pollution and the indifference of corporate ownership to the communities its facilities affect. Fact 186. Burns has expressed affection for precisely one person across the show's entire run in a way that seems sincere rather than strategic, and that person is his childhood teddy bear, Bobo. The episode Rosebud, which is structured as a parody of Citizen Kane and involves Homer finding the bear and Burns desperately trying to recover it, is one of the show's most effective explorations of the character's inner life. The image of an ancient, terrifying billionaire weeping for a childhood toy is both genuinely funny and unexpectedly moving. Fact 187. Burns's relationship with nature is one of his most consistently satirized aspects. He has stolen animals for his personal zoo. He has captured and displayed endangered species. He has treated the natural world as a collection of resources to be exploited rather than a system to be respected. His famous line about the fish that swim into his power plant's intake pipes and emerge three-eyed on the other side captures his attitude perfectly. He is not indifferent to the environmental damage his plant causes. He is genuinely pleased by it, as evidence of his power over the natural order. Fact 188. The show has occasionally depicted Burns in situations that require him to rely on his own physical resources rather than his wealth and power, and these situations consistently reveal a man who is utterly helpless when stripped of his support infrastructure. He cannot fight. He cannot run. He can barely walk without assistance. His physical weakness is so complete that it makes his power feel all the more extraordinary. He dominates Springfield not through any personal capability, but purely through the leverage of accumulated money. Fact 189. Smithers's skills as an administrator and organizer, separate from his devotion to Burns, are established across multiple episodes as genuinely impressive. When he temporarily leaves Burns's employ in various episodes, he finds success in other fields relatively quickly, suggesting that his professional competence is real and not merely a function of his proximity to Burns's resources. The show uses this to make the point that Smithers's attachment to Burns is not rational self-interest, but something stranger and sadder. Fact 190. Burns's contempt for the working class is one of his most consistently expressed character traits. His treatment of the plant's employees as interchangeable and expendable, his inability to remember their names, his response to labor complaints, and his general posture toward the people whose work maintains his fortune all reflect an authentic aristocratic disdain that the show satirizes without ever sentimentalizing the relationship into something more palatable. Fact 191. The nuclear plant has experienced, across the show's run, a number of near meltdowns, actual small-scale nuclear incidents, and various forms of radioactive contamination events. Each of these has been resolved within its episode and not followed up in subsequent episodes, which the show's theorists see as evidence of the Springfield-wide collective amnesia, and which the show's producers see as standard episodic storytelling convention. Fact 192. Burns has died, or come close to dying, more times than any other non-Homer character in the show. He has been shot, hospitalized, collapsed, and in various Treehouse of Horror segments actually killed. Each time, he returns in the next episode, resurrected either by the episode's non-canonical status or by the mysterious infrastructure of wealth and medical attention that exists to keep him alive regardless of what happens to his physical form. Fact 193. The show has established that Burns's personal fortune is so vast that it is difficult to meaningfully quantify. Various episodes have depicted him making financial decisions that involve sums large enough to affect national economies. His net worth has been given as various figures across different episodes, none of which are consistent, but all of which place him in a category of wealth that is beyond the normal range of comprehension. Fact 194. Smithers's name, Waylon Smithers, is itself a minor piece of character design, as the name Smithers is strongly associated in American English with a particular archetype of the devoted, slightly obsequious manservant to a wealthy employer, a cultural reference that the show inherited and then complicated by giving the character a rich interior life that the archetype does not typically include. Fact 195. Burns's manner of speaking is one of the most precisely calibrated aspects of his character. He uses outdated idioms, classical references, and rhetorical constructions from earlier centuries that mark him as a product of a different era. His speech is an audible indicator of his age, but also of the degree to which he has refused to update his understanding of the world since roughly 1930. He speaks the way a man from that era would speak if that man had never had any reason to adapt his communication style to the expectations of the people around him. Fact 196. The moment in the episode Last Exit to Springfield when Homer accidentally becomes a labor negotiator and outmaneuvers Burns through pure accidental competence is one of the show's most beloved set pieces. Burns, who has spent a century crushing labor opposition, is comprehensively defeated by a man who is not aware that he is in a negotiation and who simply says whatever seems right in the moment. The episode uses Burns's defeat as a demonstration of the limit of strategic intelligence when confronted with genuine unpredictability. Fact 197. Burns's relationship with the passage of time is one of the show's more philosophically interesting elements. He has lived through events that most people experience only as history, and his first-person memories of those events give him a perspective that no one else in Springfield shares. But the show consistently depicts this historical memory as a source of disconnection rather than wisdom, since Burns has used his longevity primarily to accumulate more of what he already had rather than to develop a deeper understanding of the world he has watched change. Fact 198. The Burns-Smithers relationship has been analyzed by fan communities in extraordinary detail, with particular attention to the power dynamics, the emotional asymmetry, and the question of what, if anything, Burns feels for Smithers that goes beyond convenience. The consensus in most fan analysis is that Burns is genuinely fond of Smithers in a limited way that falls far short of the depth of what Smithers feels for him, and that this asymmetry is both the tragedy of the relationship and its comic engine. Fact 199. Burns's single act of genuine generosity across the show's run, as opposed to strategic philanthropy or accidental benevolence, occurs in episodes where his guard is completely down, usually in the context of something he does not realize he is doing. These moments are rare and brief, but they are significant because they suggest that the person Burns might have been in different circumstances is still accessible, buried under a century of choices that steadily optimized for power over humanity. Fact 200. The power plant, as a physical and symbolic presence in Springfield, dominates the show's visual landscape in the same way that Burns's wealth dominates its social landscape. The cooling towers visible from nearly every exterior shot of the town are a constant reminder of the infrastructure that sustains Springfield's economy and damages its environment simultaneously. They are the show's most persistent visual metaphor, The thing that keeps the lights on and the thing that is slowly poisoning everything it touches, coexisting in plain sight, too important to challenge and too harmful to accept. We are drifting now, through the wider streets of Springfield, past Moe's Tavern and the Quick E-Mart, through the school parking lot and the church grounds, and the retirement home. There are so many people here. So many lives running parallel to The Simpsons, intersecting occasionally, running alongside for a season or two and then fading back into the background. Let them come into focus now, one at a time. Fact 201. Springfield is populated by one of the largest and most consistently realized supporting casts in the history of American television. Whereas most shows maintain a small ensemble of principals and populate their edges with interchangeable extras, The Simpsons has created what amounts to an entire functioning fictional community, with recurring characters who have careers, families, backstories, and distinct personalities, many of whom have appeared in dozens of episodes across the show's run. Fact 202. Apu Nahasapi Mapatalone, the proprietor of the Quick E-Mart, was for many years one of the show's most prominent recurring characters. He was voiced by Hank Azaria in an accent that was intended as a parody of Indian American convenience store owners, and that has been the subject of increasingly serious criticism in recent years as the portrayal has been examined against more thoughtful standards of representation. Azaria stepped down from the role in 2020, and the show has since reduced the character's prominence. Fact 203. The documentary film The Problem with Apu, released in 2017, brought sustained critical attention to the character's history and the impact of his portrayal on South Asian Americans who grew up watching the show. The film and the broader conversation it sparked led to a reconsideration of how the character had been used and what his long-running presence had communicated to audiences about Indian American identity. The show's response to this criticism, delivered partly through an episode that explicitly addressed the controversy, was considered inadequate by many of the film's subjects and supporters. Fact 204. Sideshow Bob, whose full name is Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., is Bart's most committed and sophisticated enemy. A classically educated former television performer who harbors a murderous obsession with the child who ended his career, Sideshow Bob has appeared in some of the show's most elaborately constructed episodes, each of which plays as a thriller or a theatrical event as much as a standard comedy installment. He is voiced by Kelsey Grammer, who has brought an operatic commitment to the role across every appearance. Fact 205. Grammer has described voicing Sideshow Bob as one of the most purely enjoyable performance experiences of his career. The character's combination of genuine menace and theatrical grandiosity gives him a range that a comedy guest role typically does not provide. Grammer has said that he makes no attempt to play the comedy in Bob's situations, but instead plays the tragedy completely straight, trusting that the gap between Bob's self-perception and his actual circumstances will generate the humor without requiring him to signal it. Fact 206. The episode Cape Fear, from the 5th season, is widely considered the finest Sideshow Bob episode and among the finest episodes in the show's history. It is a parody of the film Cape Fear, and it features an extended sequence in which Sideshow Bob, having cornered Bart on a houseboat, is repeatedly interrupted in his attempts to kill the boy by being asked to perform the entirety of the HMS Pinafore. Bob complies, because he is constitutionally incapable of refusing a request for Gilbert and Sullivan, and the sequence goes on for an absurdly long time in a way that perfectly captures the show's understanding of how to stretch a joke past the point of comfort into something that is both funnier and slightly alarming. Fact 207. Krusty the Clown, whose full name is Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yerucham Krustofsky, is Springfield's dominant television entertainer and one of the show's most richly developed secondary characters. A deeply cynical man trapped inside a performing persona that he has come to despise, Krusty is the show's most sustained exploration of the gap between public image and private reality. His relationship with Bart, who is his most devoted fan, is complicated by the fact that Krusty is barely aware of Bart's existence, despite Bart's near worship of him. Fact 208. Krusty's Jewish heritage, which is practiced inconsistently but taken seriously in certain episodes, is one of the show's more thoughtful engagements with religious and ethnic identity. His relationship with his rabbi father, voiced for many years by Jackie Mason, explores the particular tension between traditional religious expectation and the demands of show business in a way that draws on real cultural history without reducing it to simple comedy. Fact 209. Sideshow Mel, Krusty's current sidekick, is a trained actor and classically educated performer who is deeply unhappy with his role as a television clown's straight man, but is unable to escape it due to a combination of contractual obligation and the genuine absence of other opportunities. He speaks in a theatrical baritone that is wildly out of proportion to the situations in which he finds himself, and the gap between his vocal grandeur and his circumstances is one of the show's most consistent minor jokes. Fact 210. Kent Brockman, Springfield's primary television news anchor, is one of the show's sharpest satirical constructions. His combination of deep vanity, political pliability, and complete indifference to journalistic standards is a portrait of local television news that has only become more accurate as a description of certain sectors of American media since the show first began developing the character. Brockman will report anything, frame any story to please any authority, and shift his stated values in any direction required by the moment. Fact 211. The famous Kent Brockman moment, in which he welcomes the ant overlords during a news broadcast that he believes is depicting alien invasion, has become one of the most quoted scenes in the show's history. The joke works on multiple levels simultaneously, as a commentary on journalistic cowardice, on the superficiality of television news presentation, and on the fundamental absurdity of performing normalcy during catastrophe. Fact 212. Dr. Julius Hibbert, the Simpson family's primary physician, is a character whose defining trait is his completely inappropriate laughter. He chuckles at medical diagnoses, terminal prognoses, and any situation that a normal person would approach with gravity. The show has never explained the laughter, and Dr. Hibbert has never acknowledged it as unusual. It simply is, like many of Springfield's most distinctive features, a fact of life that everyone has accepted without question. Fact 213. Reverend Timothy Lovejoy, the pastor of the First Church of Springfield, is a man who appears to have had his faith entirely exhausted by the demands of his congregation. His sermons are perfunctory, his pastoral care is minimal, and his general posture toward his flock is one of barely concealed exasperation. The character is a gentle satire of organized religion's tendency to become an institutional routine rather than a genuine spiritual practice. Fact 214. Helen Lovejoy, the Reverend's wife, is Springfield's primary moral arbiter and gossip, a woman whose concern for the children is her defining personality trait, despite the fact that her interventions on behalf of children's welfare are invariably more about social status and community policing than about genuine care. Her exclamation, "Won't someone please think of the children?" has become one of the show's most enduring catchphrases and a shorthand in broader cultural discourse for performative moral concern. Fact 215. Lionel Hutz, the spectacularly incompetent attorney voiced by Phil Hartman before his death, was one of the show's most beloved recurring characters in its early years. His business cards advertised his services as a lawyer at law, a redundancy that captures his general approach to professional standards. His cases were invariably lost through a combination of procedural error, ethical compromise, and bad luck. The character was retired after Hartman's death and has not been recast. Fact 216. Troy McClure, the has-been actor also voiced by Phil Hartman, was introduced through a recurring device in which he appeared in films and educational videos that The Simpsons watched. His customary self-introduction, in which he named himself and listed 2 previous film credits, was a comedy device that worked through the absurdity of the credits named and the cheerful self-promotion of a man whose career clearly no longer warranted it. Like Lionel Hutz, Troy McClure was retired after Hartman's death. Fact 217. Groundskeeper Willie is Springfield Elementary's Scottish caretaker, a figure of intense, patriotic pride and barely suppressed rage who has been depicted in various Treehouse of Horror segments being brutally murdered in ways that parody specific horror films. His backstory, revealed in various episodes, suggests a man of genuine dignity and capability who has been comprehensively defeated by circumstance and who has channeled the resulting frustration into a sustained contempt for everything French. Fact 218. Superintendent Chalmers, who oversees Principal Skinner and the Springfield School District, is one of the show's finest comedic creations because his characterization exists entirely in the gap between what he sees and what he is willing to acknowledge. He visits the school regularly, witnesses events that are clearly problematic, and consistently accepts Skinner's explanations for them because accepting them is more convenient than pursuing the truth. His dynamic with Skinner is a perfect comedic machine. Fact 219. The episode Steamed Hams, which is technically a segment from a larger episode but has developed an independent cultural life far beyond the show that produced it, depicts Skinner desperately attempting to deceive Chalmers about a series of cooking disasters during a dinner party. The segment became an internet phenomenon in the 2010s, spawning an extraordinary number of remixes, parodies, and recontextualizations that gave it a cultural presence exceeding many full episodes of the show. Fact 220. Otto Mann, the school bus driver, is one of the show's most consistently cheerful characters. His devotion to heavy metal music and his casual relationship with various substances do not appear to interfere with his genuine affection for the children in his care or his competence as a driver, though the show occasionally depicts his driving as producing situations that would be alarming by most standards. His equanimity in the face of everything is one of Springfield's more comforting presences. Fact 221. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, have been given unusually rich backstories for characters who exist primarily as comic foils for Homer. Their shared apartment, their shared cat, their shared devotion to MacGyver, and their shared skepticism about their sisters' marriage choices paint a portrait of two women who have settled into a version of their lives that disappoints them slightly less than the alternative would. Their connection to each other is the show's warmest depiction of sibling loyalty outside the central family. Fact 222. Disco Stew, a minor recurring character whose personality is entirely defined by his devotion to the disco era, is one of the show's most parsimonious character constructions. He has no visible inner life beyond his enthusiasm for 1970s dance music. He exists entirely to make a single joke with perfect consistency across dozens of appearances. And somehow, through sheer commitment to that joke, he has become beloved. He is proof that in Springfield, depth of characterization is not the only path to genuine affection from the audience. Fact 223. Professor Frink, Springfield's resident scientist, is a character whose combination of genuine brilliance and social incompetence makes him simultaneously the town's greatest intellectual resource and its most reliably ignored voice. His speech patterns, characterized by technical jargon delivered in a nasal voice with various verbal tics, have been studied by linguists interested in the show's use of language as a characterization tool. He is the show's acknowledgement that intelligence and communicability are not the same thing. Fact 224. Snake Jailbird, the recurring criminal who appears to be in a constant cycle of committing minor crimes and escaping from custody, is one of Springfield's most persistent, low-level anti-heroes. His crimes are always relatively harmless and his escapes always temporary. He represents the show's portrait of petty criminality as a kind of lifestyle choice, a career path that is neither glamorous nor particularly harmful, but that has its own logic and its own satisfactions. Fact 225. Doctor. Nick Riviera, whose signature greeting of "Hi everybody" has become a cultural shorthand for questionable medical enthusiasm, is Springfield's secondary medical practitioner, and a man whose relationship with conventional medical standards is entirely theoretical. He will perform any procedure for any patient under any circumstances, and his outcomes are consistently more dramatic than anticipated. He is the show's commentary on the consequences of a medical system that rewards volume over quality. Fact 226. Bumblebee Man, whose real name is never given and who appears in the show as a Spanish-language television actor whose slapstick program The Simpsons occasionally watch, is one of the show's most deliberately opaque recurring presences. He appears, something unfortunate happens to him, and he reacts with exaggerated despair. The joke is entirely formal, a comment on the conventions of physical comedy rather than a character-based humor, and it works every time because it is executed with complete commitment. Fact 227. Kang and Kodos, the two aliens who appear primarily in Treehouse of Horror segments and occasionally in the show's canonical episodes in minor capacities, have been the show's recurring extraterrestrial presences for its entire run. They are primarily used as vehicles for political satire, particularly in segments that parody American elections, by depicting both candidates as actually being Kang and Kodos in disguise, a joke that the show has deployed multiple times because it has only become more applicable with each passing election cycle. Fact 228. Barney Gumble, Homer's oldest friend and the town drunk, is one of the show's most poignant secondary characters. His addiction is depicted with more honesty than is typical for American animation, and the gap between who Barney is and who he might have been, glimpsed occasionally in flashback episodes that show him as a promising young man before alcohol consumed him, gives his character a tragic dimension that his comedic function alone does not suggest. Fact 229. Barney experienced a period of sobriety in a later season after winning a film competition, and the episode depicting his recovery is one of the show's more emotionally sincere explorations of addiction and the difficulty of sustained recovery. His eventual relapse was handled with a resignation that felt honest rather than cruel. Fact 230. Fat Tony, whose real name is Marion Anthony D'Amico, is Springfield's resident organized crime figure and one of the show's most elegantly constructed running characters. His blend of genuine menace with a theatrical mafia persona, complete with the code words and protocols of movie gangsterism, is simultaneously a parody of organized crime mythology and a straight-faced portrait of a man who has watched too many crime films and organized his self-concept around them. Fact 231. Sideshow Bob's brother Cecil, voiced by David Hyde Pierce of Frasier fame, appeared in a memorable episode that doubled as a commentary on the Frasier family dynamic by placing Grammer and Pierce in an episode that deliberately echoed their television relationship. Cecil's resentment of Bob's career success, despite Cecil being the more conventionally talented performer, mirrors the Frasier-Niles dynamic in ways that the episode acknowledges and enjoys, without ever becoming too self-congratulatory about its cleverness. Fact 232. The Sea Captain, also known as Captain Horatio McAllister, is one of Springfield's most deliberately anachronistic characters. He speaks and behaves as though he exists in the age of sail, rather than the late 20th and early 21st centuries, and his nautical mannerisms are applied to completely landlocked situations, with no apparent awareness of their incongruity. He represents the show's interest in Springfield as a place where various American historical archetypes coexist without any particular awareness of each other. Fact 233. The rich Texan, another of Springfield's recurring background characters, is defined entirely by his exuberant wealth and his habit of firing pistols into the air in moments of excitement. He is one of the show's most purely regional caricatures, a portrait of a particular American archetype, the ostentatious southwestern plutocrat, that is broad enough to be funny and specific enough to have recognizable reference. Fact 234. Agnes Skinner, Principal Skinner's domineering mother, is one of the show's finest portraits of maternal toxicity. Her relationship with her son, who she infantilizes, belittles, and controls despite his being a grown adult in a position of institutional authority, is a dark joke about the lasting psychological effects of difficult parent-child dynamics that the show treats with more sustained seriousness than its broad comic surface suggests. Fact 235. The comic book guy, whose real name was eventually revealed to be Jeff Albertson, is the proprietor of Springfield's comic book shop, and one of television's most famous depictions of a particular type of devoted consumer. His combination of encyclopedic knowledge about his field of interest and comprehensive contempt for everyone else is a pointed observation about how obsessive fandom can develop into a defensive posture against a world that does not share one's priorities. Fact 236. The comic book guy's catchphrase, "worst episode ever," delivered in response to any experience that falls short of his exacting standards, is self-referentially used to comment on the show's own creative variations in quality. When The Simpsons produces an episode that it suspects its most critical fans will not respond to warmly, it sometimes has the comic book guy deliver the verdict preemptively, a form of defensive irony that acknowledges the criticism while simultaneously diffusing it. Fact 237. Hans Moleman, as discussed in the theories section of this script, is the most frequently killed character in the show's history. His stated age of 31 years is one of the show's most quietly disturbing background facts, suggesting that whatever the power plant's emissions have done to the visible population of Springfield, they have done something considerably more extreme to Hans Moleman. Fact 238. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, was killed off in the 11th season after a contract dispute with the actress who voiced her, Maggie Roswell. Her death, caused by Homer dodging promotional t-shirts at a car race, which caused the shirts to hit Maud and knock her from the bleachers, is one of the show's most abrupt and tonally irregular events. The aftermath of her death was used in subsequent episodes to explore Ned's grief and his eventual remarriage. Fact 239. Ned eventually remarried in a later season, with his new wife being Edna Krabappel, Bart's fourth-grade teacher. The pairing of Springfield's two most recognizably good-hearted characters was welcomed by fans who felt that both deserved better than the loneliness they had experienced. Their marriage was ongoing when Edna was retired after Marcia Wallace's death, making the loss of the character also the loss of a relationship that the show had developed warmly. Fact 240. Edna Krabappel's retirement was marked by an episode in which Ned returns from a period away to find a chalk outline of Edna's body on the classroom blackboard and an empty classroom. The episode did not dramatize her death but acknowledged it with a poignant visual simplicity that many fans felt was more effective than an explicit farewell episode would have been. Fact 241. The Flanders children, Rod and Todd, are two of Springfield's most thoroughly conditioned minor characters. They have been raised with such total immersion in their father's religious values that they are incapable of natural conversation, spontaneous play, or any of the activities that define normal childhood. Their encounters with Bart and Lisa are among the show's most effective studies in the cognitive gap that extreme religious instruction can create between children from different backgrounds. Fact 242. Mayor Joe Quimby, Springfield's perennially corrupt and philandering mayor, is a character whose vocal patterns are deliberately modeled on the Kennedy family style of American political speech. He is visually distinguished by his sash and his willingness to promise anything to anyone in exchange for any political advantage. His corruption is so thorough and so openly acknowledged that Springfield's voters continue to elect him out of a combination of recognition, resignation, and the general sense that at least they know what they are getting. Fact 243. Lunchlady Doris, the school's cafeteria worker, was voiced for most of the show's run by Doris Grau, who died in 1995. The character was briefly voiced by Tress MacNeille before being effectively retired for several years. In later seasons, the character returned under the name Lunchlady Dora rather than Doris, voiced by MacNeille, in a change that seemed intended to acknowledge the difference between the original character and the continuation. Fact 244. Springfield's civic institutions, including the school, the hospital, the police department, the fire department, and the mayor's office, are depicted as comprehensively dysfunctional in ways that the show treats as comic, but that accumulate into a portrait of a community whose public infrastructure is fundamentally inadequate to the needs of its citizens. The dysfunction is not random but follows consistent patterns that suggest systemic rather than individual failure. Fact 245. The entire Bouvier family, beyond Marge and her sisters, is occasionally glimpsed in episodes that explore Marge's family history. Her parents, Jacqueline and Clancy Bouvier, have been depicted in various capacities, with Jacqueline being something of a social climber who has never entirely approved of Homer, and Clancy being a relatively mild presence who lacks the dominance to counterbalance his wife's stronger personality. Fact 246. The residents of the Springfield Retirement Castle, where Grandpa Simpson lives, form a minor ensemble of their own with recurring presences including Jasper Beardley, a man whose defining characteristic is the wooden leg he was shot in by Smithers during the Burns shooting investigation. Jasper's wooden leg has become one of Springfield's most versatile recurring visual props, deployed in various gags across dozens of episodes. Fact 247. Database, a minor student character at Springfield Elementary, exemplifies the show's approach to its smaller recurring characters. He exists primarily to fulfill a specific social role in the school's ecology, the computer-obsessed student whose enthusiasm for technology alienates him from his peers, and he fulfills that role with complete consistency without ever being developed into a more three-dimensional figure. He is a placeholder, a sketched presence in the background of Springfield's educational landscape. Fact 248. The recurring appearance of various Springfield townspeople in mob formation, gathered to react collectively to whatever crisis has presented itself in a given episode, is one of the show's most reliable comic devices. The mob scenes capture something true about community dynamics. the way groups of people can collectively commit to absurd or harmful actions that no individual among them would endorse alone. Springfield is always on the verge of mob formation, always ready to redirect its collective energy toward the most dramatic available target. Fact 249. Gil Gunderson, a perpetually failing salesman whose life is in constant catastrophic decline, is one of the show's more compassionately drawn minor characters. His inability to close a deal, to maintain any professional or personal stability, or to extract himself from the spiral of failure that defines his existence, is played for comedy, but with enough genuine sympathy that he never becomes merely pathetic. He represents the American fear of falling, of being the person who simply cannot make it work despite visible effort. Fact 250. Springfield's supporting cast, taken together, is one of the show's most significant creative achievements. The individual characters, from the most prominent to the most incidental, form a community that feels genuinely populated, genuinely alive, genuinely complex in the way that actual communities are complex. The show's ability to return to these characters across decades and find new things to do with them, new angles from which to examine them, is a testament to the depth of the original characterization and to the sustained creative investment that every generation of the show's writing staff has made in Springfield and its people. Something shifts in the atmosphere when we reach this part of Springfield's history. The colors seem richer, the jokes land with a different kind of precision, the emotional notes ring longer and cleaner. This is the period that most people mean when they say The Simpsons was the greatest show on television. Let us spend some time here, in the golden light of the golden age. Fact 251. The period of The Simpsons' run, most commonly described as its golden age, extends roughly from the third season, which aired in 1991, through the eighth season, which aired in 1996 and 1997. During this period, the show produced an extraordinary concentration of episodes that are considered masterworks of American television comedy, a density of creative achievement that has rarely been matched by any series in the medium's history. Fact 252. The Golden Age corresponds roughly to the period when the writing staff included its highest concentration of Harvard Lampoon alumni, including Conan O'Brien, Al Jean, Mike Reiss, and numerous other writers whose comedic sensibilities had been shaped by the same institution. The particular flavor of Lampoon humor, which favored absurdist premises developed with rigorous internal logic, perfectly suited the show's needs during this period. Fact 253. The third season episode Homer at the Bat, discussed briefly in the Burns section, set a template for a particular kind of Simpsons episode in which the main plot is in some sense secondary to the accumulation of comedic set pieces around it. The pleasure of the episode is not in what happens to the characters, but in the quality of the jokes that accompany what happens. A formal sophistication that the Golden Age perfected. Fact 254. The third season episode Flaming Moe's is a love letter to the mythology of bar culture, depicting Homer inventing a successful cocktail, having the recipe stolen by Moe, and watching as his creation becomes a sensation without his being able to claim credit. The episode captures the particular melancholy of someone watching their idea flourish in someone else's hands, a feeling that transcends its comic setting. Fact 255. The fourth season is widely considered the creative peak of the Golden Age. Among its episodes are some of the most acclaimed individual half-hours in American television history. The episode Marge vs. the Monorail, written by Conan O'Brien and featuring a guest appearance by Leonard Nimoy, is frequently cited as the finest single episode in the show's history. It tells the story of a charismatic con man who sells Springfield an unnecessary and unsafe monorail through sheer rhetorical charm, a plot that draws on the Music Man as inspiration while creating something entirely its own. Fact 256. The structure of Marge vs. the Monorail is a formal tour de force. The episode opens with an extended parody of the Music Man's famous opening number, moves through a satirical examination of how communities are manipulated by charismatic salesmanship, and then generates a sequence of escalating disasters as the monorail's fundamental inadequacy becomes apparent. The disaster sequence achieves its effects through cumulative absurdity, with each new development more extreme than the last, but each following with perfect logic from the one before. Fact 257. The fourth season also contains the episode Last Exit to Springfield, which many critics consider among the top 5 episodes of the series. It depicts Homer becoming a union negotiator as a result of a series of misunderstandings and accidentally outmaneuvering Mr. Burns through a combination of misheard dialogue and genuine incomprehension of what is happening. The episode operates as a parody of classic gangster films and labor management conflicts, while simultaneously delivering one of the most effective emotional sequences of any Simpsons episode. Fact 258. The emotional core of Last Exit to Springfield is a sequence in which Lisa, losing her dental braces and unable to afford replacements, has a nightmare vision of a braces-based dystopia that the show depicts in a loving parody of various classic animated films and dark fantasy imagery. The sequence is genuinely strange and genuinely moving, an example of the Golden Age's willingness to let the show become something other than a sitcom when the emotional material demanded it. Fact 259. The fifth season brought an expansion of the show's tonal range that some critics have identified as the beginning of the show's evolution from pure domestic comedy into something more formally experimental. Episodes like Homer Goes to College, Deep Space Homer, and Dollar Springfield explore increasingly large and unlikely premises while maintaining the emotional groundedness that distinguished the earlier seasons. Fact 260. The fifth season episode Cape Fear, discussed in the Sideshow Bob section, represents the Golden Age's approach to sustaining a running gag past the point where most shows would cut away. The HMS Pinafore sequence works not because it gets funnier as it extends, but because it gets stranger, moving from funny into unsettling into something approaching transcendent absurdity. The Golden Age was willing to make this kind of commitment, to run a joke until it became something else entirely. Fact 261. The sixth season is distinguished by several episodes that deal with mortality with unusual directness. One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Bluefish depicts Homer believing he has 24 hours to live after eating a potentially lethal blowfish and using that time to say goodbye to the people and things he loves. The episode is not played for tragedy, but its emotional content is genuine, and Homer's list of activities for his final day, which includes recording a cassette tape of advice for Bart and attending a performance of Lisa's school band, is one of the more honest portraits of what genuinely matters to a person when time is short. Fact 262. The sixth season Lisa's Wedding, already discussed in the characters section, represents the Golden Age's willingness to experiment with time and narrative in ways that have become increasingly associated with the show's more celebrated episodes. Flash-forward episodes create a kind of emotional pressure that regular episodes cannot generate, forcing the audience to consider not just who these characters are, but who they might become and what that becoming costs. Fact 263. The seventh season is where many critics mark the beginning of the Golden Age's sunset. Though the individual episodes of the seventh season are overwhelmingly strong by any reasonable standard. The season contains Summer of 4'2", King Size Homer, Bart Sells His Soul, and 22 short films about Springfield, all of which would be celebrated as highlights in any other show's run. Fact 264. 22 short films about Springfield is one of the most formally distinctive episodes in the show's history. Structured as a series of brief, connected vignettes following various Springfield residents through a single day, it abandons the conventional sitcom narrative structure entirely in favor of something more fragmented and kaleidoscopic. The episode proves that Springfield is rich enough to sustain multiple simultaneous stories without the Simpsons family at the center of any of them. Fact 265. Bart Sells His Soul, from the seventh season, is one of the show's most philosophically serious episodes despite its cartoonish premise. When Bart sells his soul to Milhouse as a joke and then gradually experiences consequences that suggest the soul is a real thing, with real effects on its possessor, the episode becomes a meditation on what it means to have a self, to be continuous with your past and future, to care about something beyond immediate experience. The episode ends with Milhouse returning the soul to Bart as a gift, an act of friendship that the show handles with quiet emotional intelligence. Fact 266. The eighth season is widely considered the last full Golden Age season, though the quality of individual episodes across the period varies. Its highlights include the episode You Only Move Twice, which introduces Hank Scorpio, a supervillain employer whose cheerful benevolence to his employees makes him one of the show's most paradoxical and beloved guest characters, and the episode Homer's Enemy, discussed in the Homer section, which may be the most formally daring episode of the entire series. Fact 267. Hank Scorpio, voiced by Albert Brooks, is consistently cited in fan polls as the favorite guest character in the show's history. Brooks's performance creates a figure of genuine warmth and enthusiasm, whose villainy is entirely incidental to his identity as an employer and a neighbor. He is a supervillain who would make an excellent boss, which is the source of the episode's peculiar emotional power. Homer's decision to leave his employ to return to a Springfield where he will finally have his dream job, a fantasy that turns out to be the local football team's owner rather than its manager, is one of the show's most deflating and honest comic endings. Fact 268. Albert Brooks appeared in the show on multiple occasions during the Golden Age, each time creating guest characters of unusual depth and memorability. His first appearance, in the episode Call of the Simpsons from the second season, established a template for Brooks' guest roles in which a character who starts as a broadly comic figure gradually reveals a more specific and detailed psychology beneath the surface comedy. Fact 269. The Golden Age episodes share a structural quality that distinguishes them from both the earlier seasons and the later ones. They tend to begin with a domestic situation that expands, through a sequence of plausible if extreme developments, into something much larger, and then to contract back to the domestic scale by the episode's end. The expansion and contraction creates a rhythm that feels satisfying, and the quality of the writing at each stage of the expansion is what makes the Golden Age episodes feel consistently better than their contemporaries. Fact 270. The Golden Age's approach to celebrity guest appearances differed from the approach that would come to define later seasons. During the Golden Age, celebrity appearances tended to be integrated into episodes in ways that served the story rather than existing as the reason for the episode. The celebrities played characters rather than simply playing themselves, or when they played themselves, they were used in ways that subverted the audience's expectations of them. Fact 271. Michael Jackson voiced a character named Leon Kompowski in the third season episode Stark Raving Dad, one of the Golden Age's most celebrated episodes and certainly the most discussed guest appearance in the show's history. Jackson appeared uncredited, performing the dialogue and the speaking voice of the character while having a professional singer perform the singing sections. The episode involves Homer befriending a large white man who claims to be Michael Jackson, and it uses the ambiguity of whether the man is who he says he is as the engine for a story about Bart and Lisa's relationship that is one of the show's most genuinely sweet. Fact 272. The Michael Jackson episode was pulled from rotation in 2019 following the release of the documentary Leaving Neverland, which made new allegations about Jackson's conduct. The show's producers announced that the episode would no longer be made available on streaming platforms or in syndication, a decision that generated significant debate about how to handle the legacy of artists accused of misconduct and whether removing the episode served any meaningful purpose. Fact 273. The Golden Age's relationship with its emotional material is one of its distinguishing features. During this period, the show consistently found ways to earn genuine emotional responses from its audience without abandoning its comedic identity. The best episodes of this era make the audience laugh and then, in their final moments, produce a feeling that is not quite sadness and not quite joy, but something that belongs specifically to great storytelling, the recognition that what you have just watched matters. Fact 274. The episode Lisa's Substitute from the second season is sometimes cited as an early precursor to the Golden Age approach. It depicts Lisa developing a profound attachment to a substitute teacher who treats her intelligence with genuine respect, only to have him leave at the episode's end. The final scene, in which the substitute leaves Lisa a note that begins with the words, "You are Lisa Simpson," is one of the show's most beloved emotional moments and a perfect example of how a simple gesture, delivered at the right moment, can carry enormous weight. Fact 275. The Golden Age's legacy is complicated by the show's longevity, which means that the Golden Age episodes must now be understood in the context of a further 25 or so seasons that followed them. For some viewers, the existence of so many subsequent episodes has diminished the Golden Age by association, making it harder to appreciate what those earlier seasons achieved on their own terms. For others, the Golden Age episodes stand apart from the rest of the run as a distinct achievement that should be evaluated independently. Fact 276. The episode Rosebud from the fifth season, which involves Burns' search for his childhood teddy bear, is one of the Golden Age's finest examples of using an absurd premise to generate genuine emotional material. The episode is structured as a parody of Citizen Kane, complete with a young Burns whose innocence and warmth makes the character's eventual development into his adult self more poignant. The final image of Burns holding Bobo while Smithers watches is one of the show's most quietly devastating. Fact 277. The fifth season episode Treehouse of Horror 4 contains the segment Homer's Bargain with the Devil, in which Homer sells his soul for a donut. The episode parodies various forms of the Faustian bargain narrative while generating a series of jokes about the specific absurdity of trading eternal damnation for baked goods. The final twist, in which Homer is saved because Marge technically owns his soul, having received it as part of a love note Homer wrote before their marriage, is a perfect expression of the show's understanding of how love works as a form of protection. Fact 278. The Golden Age's use of musical sequences was particularly effective. Several of the era's finest episodes include song sequences that work as genuine musical theater rather than merely as parody or pastiche. The Monorail song, written for Marge versus the Monorail, is a complete and compelling musical number that operates according to the internal logic of Broadway musical construction, building from an establishing verse through escalating choruses to a rousing conclusion that has the Springfield town meeting completely in its grip. Fact 279. The episode Homie the Clown, from the sixth season, in which Homer becomes a Krusty the Clown franchise performer and is mistaken for the real Krusty by various criminal organizations, is one of the Golden Age's finest examples of sustained escalation. Each development in the episode is slightly more extreme than the one before, and the comedy comes not from individual gags but from the cumulative pressure of an increasingly impossible situation handled with complete deadpan commitment. Fact 280. The sixth season episode Sideshow Bob's Last Gleaming contains a sequence in which Bob takes control of a military airbase and threatens to detonate a nuclear weapon unless Springfield abolishes television. The episode uses Bob's aesthetic pretensions, his genuine cultural snobbery about television, as the source of a plot that is simultaneously a parody of television culture and a character study. Bob's eloquent condemnation of television, delivered while he is actively committing an act of terrorism, is one of the show's finest pieces of satirical writing. Fact 281. The Golden Age produced a number of episodes that have become canonical reference points for discussions of what great television comedy can achieve. The concentration of masterwork-level episodes in this period, estimated at somewhere between 30 and 50 individual episodes that qualify as genuine classics, is a record that no other television comedy, animated or live action, has come close to matching across a comparable period of time. Fact 282. The transition out of the Golden Age was gradual rather than abrupt. The eighth season, despite containing Homer's Enemy and You Only Move Twice, also contains the Principal and the Pauper episode discussed elsewhere in this script, which many fans cite as the moment the show's relationship with its own continuity fundamentally changed. The Golden Age did not end on a single date, but dissolved slowly, like a color fading in the light. Fact 283. The Golden Age left a creative legacy that continues to influence the show's production even in its current period. When the show produces an episode that earns critical recognition or genuine fan enthusiasm, it is almost always an episode that in some way channels the Golden Age's approach, its willingness to commit fully to a premise, to earn its emotional moments, rather than simply arriving at them, to use the cartoon medium as a vehicle for something that feels genuinely human. Fact 284. The critical conversation about The Simpsons has been shaped almost entirely by the Golden Age. When critics compare the show's current output unfavorably to its peak, the peak they are measuring against is the 3rd through 8th seasons. This means that the Golden Age functions not just as a period of creative achievement, but as a standard against which everything subsequent is evaluated. A situation that may be unfair to the show's later work, but that reflects the extraordinary nature of what the Golden Age produced. Fact 285. Several of the Golden Age's finest episodes were written quickly under deadline pressure, a fact that challenges the assumption that great creative work requires extended time and comfortable conditions. Marge vs. The Monorail was written by Conan O'Brien in a short period, and the finished episode shows relatively little sign of the haste of its production. The Golden Age writing staff was simply operating at a level of creative fluency that allowed them to generate high-quality material rapidly. Fact 286. The Golden Age's influence extends far beyond The Simpsons itself. The writers who developed their craft during this period went on to create some of the most celebrated comedy programs of the subsequent decades, and the formal approaches they developed, the structure of the escalating premise, the emotional payoff earned through comedic investment, the willingness to use absurdity as a vehicle for genuine feeling, have become templates for American television comedy that persist to the present day. Fact 287. The Golden Age's approach to parody was particularly sophisticated. Rather than simply referencing other cultural texts for the purposes of recognition, the show during this period would internalize the logic of whatever it was parodying, understand it from the inside, and then use that understanding to create something that commented on the original while standing as its own independent work. This approach produced parodies that were more satisfying than the originals in some cases, because they had access to a critical perspective that the originals could not have. Fact 288. The 7th season episode King Size Homer, in which Homer deliberately gains weight to qualify for disability benefits that will allow him to work from home, is one of the Golden Age's most darkly funny explorations of Homer's relationship with short-term gratification versus long-term consequence. The episode follows Homer's plan to its logical conclusion, including a climax in which his massive belly accidentally prevents a nuclear meltdown, achieving the unlikely synthesis of the show's two primary comedic territories: Homer's physical comedy and the nuclear plant's institutional dysfunction. Fact 289. The episode Bart vs. Australia from the 6th season is one of the Golden Age's most ambitious international episodes, depicting a cultural clash between Springfield and the Australian government that escalates from a minor phone prank into a diplomatic incident. The episode's portrait of Australia is deliberately exaggerated, but contains enough genuine cultural observation that it generated real controversy in Australia while being celebrated in America as a perfectly constructed piece of cross-cultural satire. Fact 290. The Golden Age's consistency was partly a function of its writer room culture, which emphasized quality control and encouraged writers to challenge each other's material in ways that pushed the work toward its best possible version. The post-Golden Age decline has been attributed by various sources inside the show to changes in this culture, including higher writer turnover, different production pressures, and the gradual departure of the writers who had established the standards of the Golden Age. Fact 291. The episode Homer's Triple Bypass from the 4th season is one of the show's most effective explorations of Homer's relationship with his own mortality. When Homer requires heart surgery and faces the possibility of not surviving the procedure, the episode generates genuine emotional stakes in the context of a show that usually treats its characters' physical dangers with complete impunity. The scene in which Homer records a video message for Bart in case he does not survive is one of the show's most directly affecting. Fact 292. The 5th season episode Burns' Heir, in which Mr. Burns searches Springfield for a suitable heir to his empire and settles on Bart, is one of the Golden Age's finest explorations of the Burns-Homer dynamic. The episode's climax, in which Burns deploys actors in Homer and Marge, disguises to convince Bart that his family does not want him back, and Bart sees through the deception, is both funny and unexpectedly moving as a statement about what Bart ultimately values. Fact 293. The Golden Age's final full season, the 8th, ended with a 2-part episode called Who Shot Mr. Burns, discussed extensively in the theories section of this script. That episode's construction as a genuine mystery, with carefully planted clues and a national contest, is perhaps the Golden Age's ultimate expression of its ambitions for what an animated comedy could be. It was not content to be a very good television show. It wanted to be an event. Fact 294. The legacy of the Golden Age in American culture is difficult to overstate. The episodes produced during this period are among the most quoted, most referenced, and most discussed in the history of the medium. Lines from Golden Age episodes appear in everyday conversation, in other works of literature and art, in political commentary, in academic writing, in every form of cultural discourse that the show's audience participates in. The Golden Age is not just remembered, it is still being spoken. Fact 295. The Golden Age's approach to secondary characters was particularly important. During this period, even the most minor recurring characters received enough individual attention to feel like genuinely realized people rather than mere background presences. This depth of characterization created the impression of a complete world, one that continued to exist and have meaning beyond the edges of whatever episode the audience happened to be watching. Fact 296. The episode And Maggie Makes Three from the 6th season is the Golden Age's most elegant construction around the show's emotional core. The non-linear narrative of Homer's adjustment to the news of Marge's third pregnancy and the revelation of his workplace motivation in the episode's final moments demonstrates that the show was capable of producing moments of genuine emotional transcendence without abandoning its comic identity. Fact 297. The 4th season episode, Homer's Barbershop Quartet, is distinguished by its extended parody of Beatles mythology, depicting Homer's brief period as a member of a successful barbershop quartet called the B-Sharps. The episode's detailed and loving engagement with the Beatles' story, from the early period of commercial success through the creative peak and eventual dissolution, is a tribute to the show's willingness to commit fully to its references and its affection for the cultural history it was drawing on. Fact 298. The Golden Age's finest episodes tend to share a quality that is difficult to articulate precisely, but that is immediately recognizable in the experience of watching them. They feel inevitable. Every joke, every character beat, every narrative development seems to follow with complete naturalness from what preceded it, as though the story could not have gone any other way. This quality is the mark of writing that has been revised and refined to the point where the seams are invisible, where the craft is in service of an experience that seems effortless. Fact 299. The 6th season episode, Bart of Darkness, a parody of Rear Window, in which Bart spends a summer with a broken leg watching his neighbors through a telescope and becoming convinced that Flanders has murdered Maude, is one of the Golden Age's finest genre exercises. The episode demonstrates the show's ability to honor a source material rigorously while finding within it angles that are entirely its own. Fact 300. The Golden Age of The Simpsons will almost certainly never be surpassed by any equivalent creative period in animated American television comedy. The combination of talent, timing, cultural resonance, and creative ambition that produced those seasons was specific to a moment that cannot be reconstructed. But the episodes it produced remain vivid and alive and still capable of generating laughter and feeling in audiences who were not yet born when they first aired. That is what great work does. It persists. It outlasts the moment of its creation and becomes part of what comes after. The door to Springfield opens and someone famous walks through. It happens constantly. The show has been a destination for celebrity appearances since its earliest seasons, and the list of people who have passed through its animated world reads like a catalog of American cultural life across 4 decades. Let them come, one by one, each leaving a small mark on a world that was here before them and will be here after. Fact 301. The Simpsons has featured more celebrity guest appearances than any other animated series in television history and, by many counts, more than any other scripted television series of any kind. The total number of notable guest appearances across the show's run exceeds 700, encompassing musicians, actors, athletes, politicians, scientists, comedians, authors, and public figures from virtually every field of human endeavor. Fact 302. The first major celebrity guest appearance in the standalone series was Michael Jackson's voice performance in the 3rd season's Stark Raving Dad, though Jackson appeared uncredited. The first credited celebrity appearance was Dustin Hoffman in the episode Brush with Greatness from the 2nd season, in which he voiced a character named Richard Sakai, who served as an art critic evaluating Marge's paintings of Mr. Burns. Fact 303. The show developed a particular approach to celebrity appearances during the Golden Age that prioritized using the celebrity in ways that subverted their public persona. When Paul McCartney appeared in the episode Lisa the Vegetarian, he did not simply appear as himself delivering a cameo. He was integrated into the episode's central argument about vegetarianism, and his presence lent the episode's position a cultural authority that it would not have had with a lesser-known advocate. Fact 304. McCartney's appearance came with the condition discussed earlier, that Lisa's vegetarianism would be a permanent character change rather than a single episode plot development. The show's willingness to accept this condition reflects both the value it placed on McCartney's participation and the writer's own understanding that the character development was the right choice for Lisa, regardless of the McCartney's celebrity negotiation that formalized it. Fact 305. Johnny Cash voiced a mystical coyote in the episode El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Jomer, which aired in the 8th season and depicts Homer's vision quest after consuming extremely spicy chili at a chili cook-off. Cash's voice, with its deep, unhurried authority, was perfectly suited to the role of a spirit guide appearing in a hallucinogenic sequence. The episode is one of the most visually beautiful in the show's history, with desert landscapes rendered in muted colors that feel genuinely otherworldly. Fact 306. The episode featuring Cash is also one of the show's most thematically rich, using Homer's vision quest as a frame for an exploration of whether Homer and Marge's marriage is founded on genuine mutual understanding or on Marge's patient tolerance of Homer's inadequacies. The coyote's guidance leads Homer to realize that he and Marge are indeed soulmates, a conclusion that the episode earns rather than simply asserts. Fact 307. Meryl Streep voiced a character named Jessica Lovejoy, the Reverend's rebellious daughter who briefly captures Bart's affections, in the 7th season episode Bart's Girlfriend. Streep brought her full dramatic capabilities to a role that could have been merely functional, creating a character whose manipulation of Bart feels psychologically plausible and whose relationship with her own reputation is genuinely complex. Fact 308. The show has featured an extraordinary number of musicians across its run, from the Beatles' surviving members, to hip-hop artists, to classical performers, to country stars. Music has been central to the show's identity from its earliest seasons, and the integration of musical talent into the show's world has produced some of its most memorable set pieces and guest performances. Fact 309. Aerosmith appeared as a unit in the episode Flaming Moe's, in which they performed at Moe's Bar during the establishment's period of peak popularity. The band's willingness to participate in a scenario that involved them essentially endorsing a dive bar in a fictional town reflects the affection that musicians of that generation had for The Simpsons as a cultural institution. Fact 310. The Smashing Pumpkins, Sonic Youth, Elvis Costello, and R.E.M. all appeared in the 7th season episode Homerpalooza, which depicted Homer joining a traveling alternative rock festival as a human cannonball act. The episode was a precise and somewhat merciless satire of alternative rock culture as it existed in the mid-90s, and the guest bands were willing participants in the joke at their own culture's expense. Fact 311. Stephen Hawking made multiple appearances on The Simpsons across the show's run, each time voicing a version of himself that combined his genuine intellectual celebrity with a willingness to engage in complete absurdity. Hawking's appearances generated genuine delight partly because of the contrast between his real-world gravity and the cartoon situations he found himself in, but also because his performances showed a warmth and humor that many viewers had not previously associated with him. Fact 312. The episode in which Hawking appears most memorably involves a meeting between him and Homer, in which Hawking suggests that some of Homer's cosmological musings are worth pursuing as genuine scientific ideas. The episode uses the meeting as a vehicle for jokes about the nature of scientific celebrity and the gap between rigorous theoretical physics and the casual philosophical speculations of an untrained mind, while also giving Homer a moment of genuine intellectual validation that the character finds moving. Fact 313. Tony Blair appeared in the episode The Regina Monologues, which aired in the 15th season and was set during the family's trip to England. Blair's willingness to appear in the episode, playing himself in a comic cameo, was a gesture that British political commentators noted as unusually self-deprecating for a sitting prime minister. Fact 314. The show's political guest appearances have included figures from across the spectrum, though the show has been generally more willing to deploy Republican figures as comic villains and Democratic figures as well-meaning if impotent presences. The political satire of the show has been described by critics as broadly liberal, but specifically cynical about all institutions, a combination that has allowed it to maintain audience relationships across political divisions. Fact 315. Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger appeared together in the episode When You Dish Upon a Star from the 10th season, playing highly dramatized versions of themselves as celebrities who Homer discovers living secretly in Springfield. The episode engages with the mythology of celebrity privacy and the particular dynamics of how famous people relate to the non-famous people who discover them, with a comic brutality that the guest stars appeared to enjoy. Fact 316. The show has an established convention in which guest stars frequently play themselves or lightly fictionalized versions of themselves rather than original characters, and this convention has produced a specific genre of Simpsons guest appearance in which the comedy comes from the contrast between the celebrity's public image and their Springfield behavior. The more willing a celebrity is to engage with this contrast, to allow themselves to be depicted as petty, vain, or simply ridiculous, the more effective the appearance tends to be. Fact 317. Ringo Starr appeared in the second season episode Brush with Greatness, voicing himself as a figure who responds to a fan letter from Marge that she wrote 30 years earlier. Ringo's portrayal of himself as a man who still maintains the basic courtesy of responding to every piece of fan mail he receives, even decades delayed, was warmly received as a portrait of genuine decency and a figure of enormous fame. Fact 318. James Brown appeared in the episode Treehouse of Horror 12, voicing a character named a Furious D who performed at a Halloween party. Brown's performance, even within the limited context of an animated voice role, conveyed the specific energy and authority that made him one of the 20th century's most compelling performers. Fact 319. The show's treatment of athletes has ranged from loving tribute to pointed satire. The episode Homer at the Bat, already discussed, is the gold standard of athlete guest appearances, partly because it was willing to let each player be the subject of jokes that reference their specific professional contexts. Mike Ciocia, for example, develops radiation sickness from working at the power plant, a joke that works better if you know his reputation as a player who would do anything to help his team win. Fact 320. Joe Montana appeared in an episode centered on football and found himself in situations that played on his reputation as one of the sport's most composed performers under pressure. The show's ability to use a celebrity's specific professional identity as the basis for jokes that work on multiple levels simultaneously is one of its most consistent strengths in guest star handling. Fact 321. The show has featured guest appearances from several Nobel Prize winners and significant scientific figures, reflecting the writing staff's intellectual interests and the show's consistent engagement with scientific topics. The appearances of real scientists generally play differently from the appearances of entertainers, often functioning as endorsements of the show's handling of scientific material as much as performances in their own right. Fact 322. Writer Thomas Pynchon voiced a character described as Thomas Pynchon in 2 separate episodes, despite the fact that Pynchon's actual appearance is unknown to the public and his voice had never previously been publicly heard. The show's approach to this appearance, in which the character wears a paper bag over his head and is identified primarily through the name, is both a perfect joke about Pynchon's famous reclusiveness and a quietly extraordinary event in the history of literary celebrity. Fact 323. Elon Musk appeared in an episode before his public reputation underwent the significant shifts it has experienced in subsequent years, and his appearance is now regarded differently by different segments of the show's audience, depending on their feelings about Musk's subsequent actions. The episode itself treated him with a degree of ambivalence that has aged somewhat well in retrospect, having been neither a pure endorsement nor a pure attack. Fact 324. The appearance of various presidents and political figures, often in historical flashback sequences, has been one of the show's recurring devices for contextualizing Springfield's history within American history. Presidents from Franklin Delano Roosevelt through the contemporary period have appeared in various capacities, usually depicted with a combination of respect for the office and pointed observations about the specific individual holding it. Fact 325. The show's guest stars from the world of comedy have generally been the most comfortable and effective, partly because professional comedians understand the specific demands of animated performance, and partly because the show's comedy sensibility is closer to theirs than to the sensibility of dramatic actors who approach the voice recording booth with different expectations. Fact 326. Albert Brooks, considered by many to be the show's finest recurring guest voice, is unique among the show's major celebrity collaborators in having helped develop his characters through improvisation during recording sessions. The Simpsons is not typically an improvised production, But Brooks's contributions in the recording booth were so consistently strong that directors gave him unusual latitude to explore and diverge from the written material. Fact 327. James Earl Jones appeared in the very first regular season Simpsons episode, voicing a character called the narrator in a Treehouse of Horror segment, and has appeared in various subsequent episodes in roles that traded specifically on his distinctive baritone authority. Jones's voice is among the most recognizable in American entertainment, and the show has used this recognizability as both a comic and a dramatic tool depending on the context. Fact 328. David Bowie appeared in an episode that aired in 2003, voicing a character named Nigel who served as a talent agent for a Springfield-based rock band. Bowie's performance was characteristically committed and playful, and the episode used his presence to explore the mythology of rock stardom in ways that his specific cultural authority made uniquely effective. Fact 329. The show has documented its guest star process across multiple DVD commentaries and behind-the-scenes materials, and the picture that emerges is one of a production that is highly organized in some respects and remarkably casual in others. Celebrities sometimes arrive for recording sessions with no preparation at all, trusting the directors to guide them, while others arrive having studied every line and considered every reading in detail. Both approaches can produce excellent results, and the show has learned to adapt to whichever mode of preparation a given guest brings. Fact 330. Lady Gaga appeared in the 23rd season episode Lisa Goes Gaga, which was one of the more controversial celebrity episodes in the show's later years. The episode centered on Gaga visiting Springfield and taking an interest in Lisa's emotional well-being, and was criticized by some fans for being more of an extended commercial for Gaga's public persona than an episode with a genuine comedic or dramatic purpose. Gaga herself appeared pleased with the result. Fact 331. The show's relationship with hip-hop culture has been complex across its run, reflecting both genuine engagement with the music and occasional difficulties with representation. Various hip-hop artists have appeared in different capacities, with some of the most effective appearances involving artists who were willing to engage with the show's satirical sensibility rather than simply using the platform for promotion. Fact 332. The episode in which Homer starts a hip-hop career, while brief and played primarily for comedy, contains observations about the commercialization of the form and the gap between authenticity and commercial success that reflect the writing staff's genuine familiarity with the history and cultural context of the music. Fact 333. The Springfield Cultural Center has hosted fictional performances by classical musicians and orchestras in various episodes, and the show has occasionally brought in real classical performers or had their music featured prominently in episode soundtracks. The show's willingness to engage with classical music as a genuine cultural force rather than as an inherently comic target reflects the writing staff's broad musical knowledge. Fact 334. The crossover between The Simpsons and other Fox animated properties, particularly Family Guy, occurred in a 2014 episode that depicted the two families meeting. The crossover was a significant cultural event within animation fandom, and its reception was mixed, with some fans finding the collision of the show's different comedic sensibilities energizing, and others finding it an uncomfortable reminder of how different the two programs actually are in their approach to humor and character. Fact 335. Futurama, groaning science fiction animated series, shares a number of structural and creative DNA markers with The Simpsons and has had various connections to the parent show documented in fan communities, including shared voice cast members and occasional cross-references. The two shows occupy adjacent spaces in the Fox animation legacy and have been examined together by critics interested in Groening's authorial identity across different productions. Fact 336. The show has made appearances in or been referenced by an extraordinary number of other cultural productions across its run, functioning as a kind of cultural touchstone for discussions of American comedy, animation, and popular culture more broadly. References to specific Simpsons episodes appear in academic papers, political speeches, comedy specials, novels, and virtually every other form of cultural expression, reflecting the show's exceptional penetration into the shared cultural vocabulary. Fact 337. President Bill Clinton appeared in an episode during his second term, depicted in a scene at the White House that took considerable creative liberties with the formal protocols of presidential behavior. Clinton's willingness to appear, even in animated form, on a show known for political satire was itself a minor event in the relationship between American entertainment and political celebrity. Fact 338. The show's approach to depicting foreign cultures, which has taken The Simpsons to many different countries and travel episodes across its run, has been consistently better when those episodes were staffed partly by writers with genuine knowledge of the destination. Episodes set in Japan, Brazil, England, and Australia have varied considerably in the quality of their cultural observation, with the best examples using the foreign setting as a genuine lens rather than merely as a backdrop for American tourist jokes. Fact 339. Elizabeth Taylor's one-line voice performance as Maggie saying "Daddy," which we have already discussed, is the most significant celebrity appearance in terms of its ratio of cultural impact to actual screen time. Taylor spoke a single word in a single episode, and that word has been discussed in more contexts and quoted more frequently than extended guest performances by many other celebrities who appeared in the show. Fact 340. Dennis Franz appeared in an episode during the height of his NYPD Blue fame, playing a version of himself that navigated the specific anxieties of an actor famous for dramatic intensity, finding himself in a cartoon world. The performance was effective precisely because Franz committed to the dramatic register that the show was gently mocking. Fact 341. The show's connection to the world of literary fiction has been expressed partly through guest appearances by notable authors and partly through the consistent presence of literary references and allusions in the show's writing. The Golden Age episodes in particular demonstrate a facility with literary reference that reflects the reading habits of the writing staff during that period. Fact 342. Gore Vidal appeared in a memorable episode voicing a character whose cutting wit and cultural authority mirrored Vidal's own public persona. The performance was one of the show's more intellectually ambitious guest appearances, trading on Vidal's reputation as one of America's finest and most acerbic cultural commentators. Fact 343. The show has featured guest appearances from a number of prominent athletes whose careers or personal lives have subsequently taken dramatic turns that recontextualize their appearances. Darryl Strawberry's appearance in Homer at the Bat, for example, takes on additional layers of meaning when considered alongside his subsequent career difficulties, which the episode itself foreshadowed through a joke about his specific tendencies. Fact 344. The show's guest star tradition has occasionally been used as a mechanism for the show to engage with figures whose cultural position was itself interesting enough to generate comedy without requiring much additional invention. When a celebrity's public persona is already a kind of performance, the show's job is simply to find the right context for that performance and then step back. Fact 345. The appearance of Dolly Parton in a later season episode, in which she voiced a character associated with Lisa's development as a musician, was one of the more warmly received guest appearances of the show's post-Golden Age era. Partly because Parton brought the same genuine warmth and self-awareness that has made her such a beloved figure in American culture to a character who required exactly those qualities. Fact 346. Jon Stewart made multiple appearances on the show during his years hosting The Daily Show, with the show and his program occupying adjacent spaces in American political satire during a period when both were at their most culturally influential. The mutual affinity between the show's sensibilities made Stewart's appearances feel particularly natural. Fact 347. The show has featured guest voices from every major American comedy tradition, from stand-up to sketch comedy to sitcom to the kind of intellectual comedy associated with the Harvard Lampoon. This breadth of comedic tradition in its guest roster reflects the show's own synthesis of multiple comedic approaches into a single voice that is recognizably its own. Fact 348. James Brown appeared in the show, voicing a character whose energy reflected Brown's genuine performing intensity. Animators working on Brown's scenes reportedly studied footage of his actual performances extensively to ensure that the visual representation of the character captured something of the physical energy that made Brown's performances so distinctive. Fact 349. The show has occasionally had to navigate situations in which a celebrity guest appearance was recorded, but the episode was delayed or restructured in ways that placed the appearance in a different context than originally intended. These production contingencies are an inherent part of television production and have occasionally produced serendipitous results, placing a celebrity performance in a narrative frame that turned out to be more effective than the original plan. Fact 350. The cumulative cultural impact of the Simpsons guest star tradition is a story about how a television show can function as a meeting point for virtually every dimension of American public life. By welcoming into Springfield the figures who define American culture in its political, artistic, athletic, and intellectual dimensions, the show has created an implicit argument about the democratic inclusiveness of its fictional world. Springfield is a place where anyone can appear, where any cultural figure can be briefly at home, and where the terms of that home are always the same. You are welcome here, but we are going to make you funny. Behind the episodes, behind the jokes, behind the emotional moments that have stayed with us for decades, there is a room. A room full of people arguing about what is funny, what is right, what a character would actually do, what the show is really about. Let us go there now, to the place where Springfield is built, one joke at a time. Fact 351. The Simpsons writers' room during the Golden Age was described by participants as one of the most intense creative environments in American television history. Writers were expected not just to contribute their own material but to improve everyone else's, to take a scene that was working adequately and push it until it was working brilliantly, to find the more surprising version of every joke, the more honest version of every emotional moment, the more unexpected version of every plot development. Fact 352. The process of producing a Simpsons episode begins with a pitch in which a writer proposes a premise, usually expressed as a single sentence describing what the episode is about at its core. The premise is discussed, refined, challenged, and either accepted or rejected by the group. Accepted premises are then developed into outlines, then into scripts, and then through multiple stages of revision and table reads before they are animated. Fact 353. The table read, in which the voice cast performs the script aloud for the first time, is one of the production's most important quality control mechanisms. The table read reveals which jokes land and which do not, which emotional moments work and which feel forced, and which sections of the script need further development. Scripts routinely undergo significant revision between the table read and the final recording session. Fact 354. The revision process for a Simpsons script is often described as relentless. A joke that was considered strong enough to include in an early draft may be rewritten 10 or 15 times before the final version is settled on, and entire subplots may be restructured or eliminated if the production team determines that they are not serving the episode's central purposes. The commitment to revision is one of the primary explanations for the Golden Age's consistent quality. Fact 355. The show has a tradition of writers pitching a comedic premises or lines known as the joke in the room during production meetings, whereby writers compete to find the funniest version of a specific line or situation. This competitive, collaborative dynamic pushes the material toward its best possible version while maintaining the collective ownership of the finished product. Fact 356. John Swartzwelder, who wrote 59 Simpsons scripts, making him the single most prolific writer in the show's history, is one of American television's most influential and least-known figures. A reclusive libertarian whose political views occasionally surfaced in his scripts in ways that the show's generally more liberal sensibilities sometimes had to navigate, Swartzwelder produced some of the show's most beloved episodes before departing from the production around the time of the 12th season. Fact 357. Swartzwelder's writing is distinguished by a particular quality of logical escalation that takes an absurd premise with complete seriousness and then follows its implications to their most extreme conclusions. His episodes tend to feel like fever dreams with rigorously consistent internal rules, a combination that is difficult to achieve and that his successors have rarely replicated with the same sustained success. Fact 358. George Meyer, another of the show's most celebrated writers, has been described by colleagues as the closest thing the show had to a genius in the room during the Golden Age. His contributions were often invisible in the sense that he specialized in making other writers' material better rather than contributing finished scripts, but the quality of his improvements is widely credited as a defining factor in the Golden Age's consistency. Fact 359. The show's writing staff has always included women, though in lower numbers than men, and the representation has improved over the course of the show's run. Several women have served in senior creative positions across the show's history, and the writing staff in more recent seasons has been significantly more diverse than the team that produced the Golden Age episodes. Fact 360. The physical conditions in the writer's room have been described variously across different interviews and memoirs from show alumni. The room tends to be crowded and informal, with writers working on sofas and chairs rather than at formal desks, and the atmosphere is deliberately collegial in a way that encourages the free sharing of ideas. The social culture of the room is part of what makes its creative output possible. Fact 361. The show uses a system in which episodes are assigned to individual writers or writing teams, but the material is then processed by the entire room. This means that virtually every line of dialogue in every episode has been considered, and probably rewritten at least once, by multiple people beyond the episode's credited writer. The credited writer or writers are responsible for the episode's structural conception, but the finished script is a collective product. Fact 362. The show's production schedule requires approximately 8 months from initial pitch to completed episode, a timeline that is extremely compressed given the amount of work involved in producing 22 minutes of animation. The writing phase, which includes the initial pitch, the outline, the first draft, the table read, the revision process, and the final script, must be completed early enough in this timeline to allow the animation process, which cannot begin in earnest until the script is final, adequate time to execute. Fact 363. The animation process itself, which is largely handled by Korean studios as discussed earlier, involves a complex communication chain between the American production team and the overseas animators. The production team provides detailed storyboards and reference materials, but the actual drawing, coloring, and in-betweening is done by animators who may not have a comprehensive understanding of the specific cultural context of each joke. This creates occasional inconsistencies in how visual gags land in the finished animation. Fact 364. The show's music, composed primarily by Alf Clausen during the Golden Age years, was produced with a full orchestra and recorded at a dedicated scoring session for each episode. Clausen worked closely with the writing and production teams to create music that supported the specific emotional content of each scene, rather than simply providing generic comedy or drama accompaniment. His collaboration with the show produced some of the most memorable incidental music in American animation history. Fact 365. Clausen was replaced as the show's primary composer in 2017 by a company that uses digitally produced music rather than a live orchestra, a decision that generated significant fan and critical commentary about the relationship between production economics and creative quality. The transition was presented as a practical decision rather than an artistic one, though many observers noted the creative impact. Fact 366. The show's sound design, including the specific qualities of the show's ambient sound environment, has been maintained with considerable consistency across its run. The sound of Springfield, the particular background noise of the power plant's hum, the acoustic quality of the school, the sound of Marge's worried breath, constitutes an auditory world that is as immediately recognizable as the visual world. Fact 367. The show's writers have described the experience of having their material performed by the voice cast as one of the most rewarding aspects of working on the production. The cast's ability to bring unexpected readings to written material, to find emotional or comic dimensions in lines that the writer had not anticipated, is one of the production's primary quality multipliers. The best performances add something to the script rather than simply executing it. Fact 368. Dan Castellaneta has described his approach to Homer as involving a degree of physical performance even in the recording booth, using his body to generate the energy and physicality that Homer's comedy requires. Voice acting, done well, is a full-body performance rather than merely a vocal one, and the physical commitment of the lead cast is part of what makes their performances feel alive on screen. Fact 369. The show's production has generated an enormous amount of ancillary material, including DVD commentaries, behind-the-scenes documentaries, and extended interviews with cast and crew, that provides an unusually complete picture of how the program is made. The transparency of the show's production culture is itself unusual in American television, where the mechanics of production are typically kept well away from public view. Fact 370. The Simpsons Archive, a fan-maintained website that has been operating since the early internet era, contains comprehensive episode guides, script excerpts, audio files, and analytical essays that collectively constitute one of the most thorough records of a television program's production and reception in existence. The archive's level of detail reflects the intensity of fan engagement with the show across its entire run. Fact 371. The show has been the subject of a substantial body of academic work, including multiple books, numerous journal articles, and several doctoral theses. The academic engagement with The Simpsons has addressed its philosophical dimensions, its political satire, its approach to religion, its representation of various social groups, and its formal innovations as a piece of television storytelling. The academic literature on the show is itself a cultural artifact that reflects the program's unusual status in American intellectual life. Fact 372. The show's approach to continuity has been a subject of internal debate across its history. The floating timeline and the reset structure mean that the show can never fully commit to a consistent long-term narrative, but the writers have also developed a preference for honoring certain character developments and relationships across episodes in ways that reward attentive viewing. The tension between episodic freedom and narrative continuity has never been fully resolved and continues to generate both creative opportunities and creative problems. Fact 373. The show has been particularly effective at mining its own history for comedic material, using callbacks to earlier episodes as a source of jokes that work on multiple levels for long-term viewers. The show's awareness of its own mythology is one of the pleasures of watching it as a sustained project rather than as individual episodes, and the writer's willingness to engage with that mythology while also keeping the show accessible to new viewers is a difficult balance that they have maintained with varying degrees of success. Fact 374. The writing staff has changed substantially across the show's decades-long run, and the relationship between staff continuity and creative quality is one of the more interesting questions in the show's production history. The Golden Age was produced by a relatively stable core group whose collective creative language was highly developed by the time they were working at their peak. Later periods of the show have seen higher turnover and different dynamics. Fact 375. The show's approach to topical humor has evolved across its run in response to changes in how quickly television produces content and how quickly cultural events become dated. The Golden Age episodes tended to engage with trends and events in ways that were satirical and somewhat timeless rather than directly topical. Later seasons have engaged more directly with current events in ways that can feel fresh when they air, but sometimes less so in subsequent viewing. Fact 376. The show maintains a tradition of a couch gag that is sometimes animated by guest directors from the world of art and film, producing short sequences that are formally entirely different from the show's regular visual style. These guest-directed couch gags function as artistic expressions in their own right, using the familiar framework of the opening sequence as a container for work that would otherwise have no natural home in American commercial television. Fact 377. The show's writers have described the challenge of writing for Homer as particularly demanding because the character's stupidity must be calibrated carefully to remain lovable rather than merely stupid. Homer is funnier and more sympathetic than he would be if he were simply an idiot, because the show consistently shows that his failures are the product of his specific limitations rather than general malice or complete absence of intelligence. Finding the right level of Homer's comprehension in any given scene is one of the writing staff's most consistent technical challenges. Fact 378. The show has developed a body of inside knowledge shared across generations of the writing staff about what works and what does not in each Springfield context. Certain situations, environments, and character interactions have been mined so thoroughly that writers must work harder to find genuinely fresh angles on them, while others retain their generative potential because they have been used less extensively. Fact 379. The production of each Treehouse of Horror episode requires a separate creative process from the regular season episodes, since the non-canonical status of the Halloween segments allows more extreme content and different formal approaches than the canonical episodes permit. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are generally written later in the season cycle and with slightly different creative constraints that reflect their distinct function in the show's annual structure. Fact 380. The show has maintained a tradition of ending its seasons with episodes that are more dramatically ambitious than the average installment, using the season finale slot to attempt things that would feel out of proportion for a mid-season episode. The Who Shot Mr. Burns finale is the most famous example, but many other season finales across the show's history have used the opportunity afforded by the season's end to push the show in directions it would not otherwise go. Fact 381. The writers have occasionally used the show as a vehicle for personally meaningful material, drawing on their own experiences and feelings to create episodes with an emotional authenticity that pure craft cannot manufacture. The best episodes of any era tend to have this quality of genuine feeling behind them, a sense that the writers are not merely constructing an entertainment, but are using the show's framework to say something that matters to them. Fact 382. The show's production has involved many unsung contributors beyond the credited writers and voice actors, including storyboard artists, background designers, character animators, color designers, and editors whose work shapes the finished episode in ways that the audience experiences but rarely attributes to its specific sources. The collaborative nature of animation means that the final product is always the work of many hands and many decisions. Fact 383. The show's archival materials, including early drafts of famous scripts and production documents from the early seasons, have occasionally become available to researchers and collectors in ways that illuminate the creative process behind specific episodes. These materials show both how much changed between early drafts and finished episodes, and how much was right from the beginning, a reminder that creative work involves both revision and intuition. Fact 384. The show has a tradition of including jokes that only a small percentage of the audience will understand, ranging from mathematical references to classical literature citations to technical jargon from specific professional fields. These jokes function as rewards for attentive and knowledgeable viewers without excluding anyone who does not catch them, since they are typically embedded in contexts that work even without the specific reference. Fact 385. The blackboard gag that opens nearly every episode, in which Bart writes a punishment sentence on the school chalkboard, has accumulated an enormous catalog of lines across the show's run. The gags range from simple absurdism to pointed commentary to gentle self-reference. And the tradition of beginning each episode with Bart being punished sets a particular tone, a reminder that the show's world is one in which the natural order is being continuously subverted by someone who refuses to simply comply. Fact 386. The show's production has adapted to various technological changes across its run, including the shift from cell animation to digital, the transition to high-definition broadcast, and the various platform changes associated with streaming. Each adaptation has required the production team to update their working methods while preserving the visual identity of the show, a challenge that the longer the show runs becomes increasingly complex to manage. Fact 387. The show's writers have developed a specific vocabulary for discussing and evaluating the show's material internally that has occasionally been shared with the public through commentary tracks and interviews. Terms and concepts from this internal vocabulary provide insight into how the production team thinks about comedy, character, and story in ways that can be generalized beyond The Simpsons specifically. Fact 388. The show has been the subject of a number of journalistic investigations and behind-the-scenes accounts published in magazines and books over the course of its run, providing a relatively complete external view of the show's production culture. The picture that emerges from these accounts is of a production that is both more chaotic and more disciplined than it appears from the outside, with the final product's smooth polish concealing considerable creative turbulence. Fact 389. The voice cast's recording sessions are typically conducted with actors working separately rather than together, a standard practice in animation that differs from the ensemble recording sessions sometimes used in adult animated shows. This means that the chemistry between characters is constructed in the editing room rather than generated live in the moment, a technical constraint that the show's editing team has managed with consistent skill. Fact 390. The show's relationship with its network, Fox, has been complicated across its run by the inevitable tensions between creative ambitions and commercial imperatives. Fox has occasionally pushed for content or promotional integration that the show's producers have resisted, and the show has occasionally satirized Fox itself in ways that the network has grudgingly permitted while clearly finding uncomfortable. Fact 391. The show's financial success has given its producers an unusual degree of creative autonomy for a commercial television production, since the revenue generated by the show has made Fox reluctant to impose restrictions that might damage its most commercially valuable asset. This autonomy has been exercised with varying degrees of boldness across different periods of the show's run. Fact 392. The show has developed a practice of reading fan mail and paying attention to fan response to episodes in ways that have occasionally influenced subsequent creative decisions. This feedback loop is carefully managed to ensure that fan enthusiasm does not override creative judgment, but the writers have acknowledged that they are aware of and sometimes influenced by the passionate engagement of the show's most dedicated viewers. Fact 393. The show's international adaptation has required decisions about which aspects of its cultural specificity can be exported and which must be adapted for local audiences. Some cultural details translate across borders effectively, while others require modification or omission, and the various international versions of the show reflect complex negotiations between the original material and local cultural contexts. Fact 394. The production team has developed an institutional memory across its decades-long run that functions as a kind of cultural archive of the show's own history. This institutional memory allows the show to engage with its own past in sophisticated ways, making callbacks and references that require familiarity with specific episodes, while also developing new material that will itself become part of the archive for future reference. Fact 395. The show's approach to its own legacy has evolved across its run from something like unconscious creation, in which the early seasons were simply trying to be good television, to a more self-aware mode in which the show's history is an active part of its creative resource. This self-awareness can sometimes produce excellent material, and sometimes produces a kind of nostalgic paralysis, in which the show is more interested in acknowledging what it was than in discovering what it could still be. Fact 396. The writers who began their careers on The Simpsons and went on to create or lead other major television productions represent a diaspora of creative talent that has shaped American comedy far beyond the show itself. Tracking the careers of Simpsons alumni is itself a way of mapping the influence of the show's creative culture on subsequent decades of television. Fact 397. The show's approach to political satire has had to navigate the difference between the show's production timeline, which requires material to be locked weeks or months before broadcast, and the speed of political events, which can make specifically topical material feel dated by the time it airs. The show's most durable political satire tends to operate at the level of structural or institutional critique rather than specific event commentary, which is also the level at which its commentary has aged best. Fact 398. The production team has described the experience of working on a show of this longevity as producing both deep institutional knowledge and occasional creative fatigue, with the challenge being to maintain genuine enthusiasm for material that, in some cases, has been produced in similar forms many times before. The solutions to this challenge vary by writer and by era, but typically involve finding angles on familiar material that feel genuinely fresh. Fact 399. The show's writer's room has been described by some alumni as one of the most supportive environments they have worked in, and by others as highly competitive and occasionally stressful. The truth is probably that it has been different things at different times, depending on the specific personalities of the staff and the specific pressures of each production period. Fact 400. The writer's room of The Simpsons, across all its iterations and all its participants, has produced more genuinely funny, more emotionally honest, and more culturally significant material than any other single creative environment in American television comedy. That achievement belongs collectively to every person who has sat in that room across 36 years, from the most celebrated showrunner to the most junior staff writer, from the writers who stayed a single season to those who were there for decades. The room is the show's engine, and the show is its product, and the product has changed the world. We are approaching the stranger territory now. The edges of Springfield where the streetlights are fewer and the explanations less settled. This is where the real questions live. Settle in. Some of these will stay with you. Fact 401. The Simpsons' reputation as a prophetic text, capable of predicting future events with uncanny accuracy, rests primarily on a relatively small number of high-profile coincidences among the thousands of satirical observations the show has made across its run. The selective memory of internet culture, which preserves hits and forgets misses, has created an impression of the show's predictive accuracy that significantly exceeds what the statistics would support. Fact 402. The most famous prediction, the episode depicting Donald Trump descending an escalator during a presidential campaign, aired in the year 2000. The specific visual of Trump on the escalator, which mirrored his actual campaign announcement in 2015, is one of the more striking of the show's apparent foretellings. Writers who worked on the episode have said they chose the escalator as a visual reference to Trump's established style of theatrical self-presentation, not as a specific prediction of a future event. Fact 403. The show's depiction of the Disney-Fox merger in the 1990s was based on the observation that media consolidation was already an accelerating trend and that the logic of corporate acquisition pointed toward exactly this kind of combination. The writers were not predicting a specific event so much as extrapolating an existing tendency to its most extreme and absurd conclusion, which is what satire does. Fact 404. The Higgs boson prediction, in which an equation glimpsed on a blackboard in a Homer-focused episode, appears to predict the mass of the particle 17 years before its experimental confirmation, has been discussed by particle physicists who have found it genuinely interesting. The specific equation was written by the show's scientific consultant for that episode, and its accuracy is either a remarkable coincidence or a sign that the physics it encoded was already available in some form in the theoretical literature. Fact 405. The show has produced many predictions that turned out to be wrong, including predictions about technology that did not develop as anticipated, political outcomes that went different ways, and cultural shifts that failed to materialize. These failed predictions are not discussed in popular culture because they do not confirm the narrative about the show's prophetic abilities. The asymmetry of memory is a crucial part of understanding why the prediction phenomenon seems more impressive than a statistical analysis would suggest it should. Fact 406. The coma theory, in which every episode since April 1993 is a dream generated by the unconscious mind of Homer Simpson, is the most elaborated and most internally consistent fan theory in the show's history. Its internal logic handles most of the show's fundamental mysteries, including the failure to age, the increasing surrealism of the plots, and the relationship between early seasons and later seasons, in a way that no other single theory manages. Fact 407. The specific episode that the coma theory points to as the event that precipitated Homer's unconscious state, so it's come to this, a Simpsons clip show, is notable for being one of the show's least celebrated episodes, a clip show designed primarily to allow the production team additional time while displaying previously produced material. The idea that the structural event, which explains everything about the show, should be located in one of its most functionally inconsequential episodes has a poetic appropriateness. Fact 408. Homer's 5% brain loss, explicitly stated at the end of the coma episode, is a canonical fact about the character that the show has never followed up on in any meaningful way. The acknowledgement that Homer has suffered permanent neurological damage from his coma experience is one of the show's most casually dropped and most potentially significant details, and it exists in the text as a thread that the coma theory picks up and traces to its logical conclusion. Fact 409. The tonal shift between the pre-coma and post-coma episodes, which the coma theory uses as one of its primary pieces of evidence, is something that multiple critics and fans have noticed independently of the theory. The early seasons of the show are grounded in recognizable domestic situations in a way that the later seasons are not, and this shift is real whether or not one accepts the coma theory's explanation for it. Fact 410. The radiation theory, which proposes that the nuclear plant's emissions have mutated Springfield's population at a cellular level, explaining the character's unusual physical characteristics and cognitive impairments, has the advantage of being explicitly supported by the show's canonical text in ways that most theories are not. The show shows you a three-eyed fish. It tells you the fish's mutation was caused by the plant. It then presents a town full of people with physical characteristics that deviate from normal human biology and invites the audience to connect the dots. Fact 411. The geographic impossibility theory, which proposes that Springfield's ability to contain contradictory geographic features is either a product of the radiation's effects on local space or a property of Homer's dreaming mind assembling its reference material, without regard for real-world physics, is one of the more playful extensions of the major theories. It takes the show's formal inconsistency and reframes it as evidence of something stranger happening at the level of the show's world. Fact 412. The collective denial theory, derived from the Principal and the Pauper episode, proposes that Springfield functions through a kind of community-wide agreement to not acknowledge truths that would be too uncomfortable or too destabilizing to accept. This theory has the smallest evidentiary basis of the major theories, in the sense that it does not make specific causal claims about why Springfield behaves as it does, but it is arguably the most psychologically resonant, since collective denial is a familiar human mechanism. Fact 413. The question of who really shot Mr. Burns, examined in the opening section of this script, remains one of the show's most productively unresolved mysteries. The official answer, Maggie Simpson, is supported by the show's canonical text in ways that are adequate but not completely satisfying, and the questions raised by Homer's Season 18 confession and by the sundial clue's admitted meaninglessness continue to fuel fan speculation. Fact 414. The theory that Marge was the real shooter of Mr. Burns, protected by Burns's unrequited infatuation with her, is one of the more elegant alternate explanations. It accounts for Burns's identification of his attacker in a way that allows for the protection of Marge by attributing the accusation of Maggie to Burns's deliberate choice rather than genuine belief. It also provides a motive, characterization, and opportunity that fit the evidence better than most alternatives. Fact 415. The Homer was the shooter theory, supported by Homer's direct confession in Season 18 and by the DNA evidence that originally pointed to him, is perhaps the most straightforward alternative to the official Maggie explanation. If Homer did it, then Maggie's apparent guilt was the result of evidence that was either misinterpreted or deliberately redirected, and Burns's identification of Maggie was either a mistake or a cover, in which case the question becomes why Burns would choose to protect Homer. Fact 416. The show's treatment of the Who Shot Mr. Burns mystery reflects a fundamental tension in its narrative approach. It committed to the mystery as a genuine puzzle with a solvable answer, ran a national contest that nobody won, and then delivered an answer that the show's own creators have suggested was somewhat hastily settled on after the intended answer became impractical. The mystery was always more interesting than the answer, and the show implicitly acknowledged this by continuing to play with the question in subsequent seasons. Fact 417. The fan theory community around The Simpsons is one of the oldest and most sophisticated in American popular culture, predating the internet era in the sense that organized fan speculation about the show was happening in newsgroups and early online forums from the early 1990s onward. The theories that exist today have been developed and refined across decades of collective analysis by an audience that has engaged with the show with unusual intensity and intelligence. Fact 418. The show's writers have occasionally responded to fan theories in ways that acknowledge the theories without definitively confirming or denying them, a position that keeps the theories alive and maintains the productive ambiguity that makes them interesting. The Season 34 episode that depicted Homer waking from a coma, presented as a deliberate fake, is the most explicit example of this approach. Fact 419. The theory that Maggie Simpson is a genius operating under a deliberate cover of infantile behavior is one of the theories that the show's own text most strongly supports without ever explicitly confirming. The accumulation of evidence across hundreds of episodes, the strategic checking of surroundings before reenacting the shooting, the leadership of the daycare rebellion, the problem-solving in the longest daycare, is so consistent that it would be difficult to attribute entirely to coincidence. Fact 420. The Burns immortality theory, which proposes that Burns has extended his life through a combination of weekly radiation treatments and the infrastructure of extreme wealth, is essentially the show's canonical explanation for Burns's extraordinary age, presented as a piece of explicit storytelling in the Springfield Files episode rather than as pure fan inference. The theory extends this explanation to address what it implies about Burns's relationship to the plant, to Smithers, and to Springfield as a system. Fact 421. The floating timeline mystery, which asks why no character in Springfield ages despite the passage of decades, has multiple competing explanations in the fan theory community. The coma theory provides the most emotionally resonant explanation, the radiation theory provides the most physiologically grounded one, and the collective denial theory provides the most sociologically interesting one. None of them are entirely wrong, and none of them are entirely right. Fact 422. The question of Springfield's location, which the show has refused to definitively answer despite Matt Groening's apparent confession of Oregon in 2012, is one of the show's most deliberately maintained mysteries. The writers have continued to place Springfield in contradictory geographic contexts after the Oregon revelation, suggesting that they consider the mystery more valuable than any answer would be. Fact 423. The Hans Moleman Age Mystery, in which a man who appears to be elderly claims to be 31 years old, is one of the show's most quietly disturbing background details. If accurate, it suggests that the power plant's effects on the local population are more extreme and more varied than the general mutation theory would suggest, with different individuals experiencing dramatically different consequences from the same environmental exposure. Fact 424. The Ned Flanders behavioral conditioning theory, derived from the episode where his relentless niceness is revealed to be the product of childhood psychiatric intervention, reframes every interaction between Ned and Homer in terms of two different forms of psychological damage. Homer's damage is environmental, a consequence of radiation and the crayon. Ned's is therapeutic, a consequence of well-intentioned intervention that suppressed his natural self and replaced it with a construct. Fact 425. The groundskeeper Willie accent theory, observed by linguistically attentive fans, notes that Willie's Scottish accent occasionally reveals traces of other accents beneath it, suggesting that the Scottish identity may itself be a performed overlay on a character whose actual origin is different from what he claims. The show has never addressed this directly, but the vocal inconsistencies have been documented with considerable care by fans with phonetic expertise. Fact 426. The Mayor Quimby Kennedy connection, which the show makes explicit through his vocal patterns, is one of the show's more interesting, sustained visual jokes. The idea that American political corruption in the television age is most effectively depicted not through original invention, but through the appropriation of an existing and beloved political style. Quimby's corruption is made more palatable by being dressed in Kennedy's charisma. Fact 427. The theory that Springfield's events never have lasting consequences because the collective memory of the town's residents has been compromised by chronic radiation exposure is one of the more structurally elegant explanations for what fans call the show's reset button. Rather than attributing the lack of consequences to lazy storytelling, the theory attributes it to the neurological effects of decades of environmental contamination. Fact 428. The Smithers loyalty theory, which proposes that Smithers's devotion to Burns is not simply emotional but is grounded in his knowledge that his presence is the only thing keeping Burns's medical protocol functional, transforms the character's dynamic from romantic attachment to something closer to medical dependency. Smithers is not just devoted to Burns. He is responsible for Burns in a way that Burns neither acknowledges nor understands. Fact 429. The theory that the Simpson family's yellow skin, which distinguishes Springfield residents from guest characters from outside the town, is evidence of radiation-induced mutation rather than a purely artistic convention, is one of the more striking extensions of the radiation theory. The show explicitly draws its outsiders with more naturalistic skin tones, and the yellow, if treated as meaningful rather than conventional, functions as a mark of exposure. Fact 430. The prediction phenomenon, examined across both this section and the earlier section on predictions in the show's cultural impact, ultimately reflects something interesting about how satire works over long periods of time. Satire that is specific enough to feel precise and broad enough to apply to recurring human situations will inevitably appear to have predicted events that fall within its satirical frame. The Simpsons' predictions are not prophecy. They are the residue of sustained, intelligent attention to American life. Fact 431. The theory that the couch gag has accumulated a hidden narrative across all its variations is one of the more whimsical fan constructions around the show, proposes that viewing all the couch gags in sequence reveals a larger story about the Simpson family that individual episode-by-episode viewing cannot perceive. The theory is not supported by the evidence but is charming enough that it has circulated persistently in fan communities. Fact 432. The biblical narrative theory, which proposes that the show's core storyline follows the structure of a biblical narrative with Homer as a job figure being tested by a universe indifferent to his suffering, is one of the more scholarly fan constructions around the show. It has been developed most fully in academic contexts and uses the show's consistent interest in theological questions as its primary evidence. Fact 433. The theory that Bart's name being an anagram of brat reflects a deliberate, authorial choice to embed meaning in the show's most superficial-seeming elements is confirmed by Groening's own statements about the choice. The question it raises is whether other names and details in the show contain similar hidden meanings that have not yet been publicly discussed. Fact 434. The show's relationship to conspiracy thinking is complicated. It has satirized conspiracy theories extensively, while also producing material that, taken out of context and through the lens of confirmation bias, functions as raw material for conspiracy theories. The prediction phenomenon is itself a kind of conspiracy theory, attributing the show's apparent foreknowledge to something more intentional than the statistical inevitability that the show's own creators describe. Fact 435. The Mona Simpson theory, fully developed in the writer's room analysis section, proposes that Homer's entire personality, his emotional neediness, his compulsive helpfulness, his terror of abandonment, is a consequence of Burns's deliberate destruction of his family. The theory transforms Homer from a comic creation into something closer to a tragic one, a man whose fundamental character is the sum of damage inflicted on him by a system he has never been capable of recognizing. Fact 436. The theory that the show's later seasons represent a deliberate artistic choice to depict Springfield through the lens of a gradually deteriorating dreamscape, with the increasing surrealism of the plots reflecting the increasing cognitive decline of the dreaming Homer, is one of the more sympathetic readings of the show's post-Golden Age evolution. Rather than attributing the changes to creative decline, this reading attributes them to creative intention, a sustained and very slow narrative about what happens to a mind as it loses its hold on coherent storytelling. Fact 437. The multiple worlds theory, which proposes that each episode of The Simpsons takes place in a slightly different version of Springfield rather than in a single consistent world, is a logical if unsatisfying explanation for the show's continuity errors. It resolves the contradictions by eliminating the need for consistency, but at the cost of making the show's world much less emotionally coherent. Fact 438. The theory that Sideshow Bob's persistent inability to actually kill Bart reflects a genuine psychological limitation rather than simple comic convention, that Bob has repressed his violent impulses so thoroughly that he is incapable of completing a killing even when he has the opportunity, is one of the more psychologically interesting constructions around a secondary character. It transforms the running gag into a character study. Fact 439. The theory that Springfield's geography shifts episode to episode because the town itself is moving, being relocated periodically by parties unknown for reasons that the show has never specified, is one of the more literally surreal fan constructions. It treats the geographic inconsistency not as a failure of continuity management, but as a plot element that the show has never thought to explain. Fact 440. The show's relationship to its own mysteries is one of productive ambiguity maintained across decades of close scrutiny by an unusually attentive audience. The mysteries persist not because the show is hiding answers, but because the show has created a world rich enough to generate genuine questions, questions that do not have simple answers, because the world that produced them is complex enough that simple answers would be inadequate. Fact 441. The self-referential nature of the show's later engagement with its own fan theories, including the deliberate fake coma waking scene in season 34, suggests a production team that is aware of its audience's analytical habits and is willing to engage with them in sophisticated ways rather than simply ignoring them or dismissing them. Fact 442. The theory that the show's couch gag sequence is itself a metaphor for the circular, repetitive nature of life in Springfield, with the family endlessly racing home to arrive at a place they will always leave and always return to, is a reading that the show's creator has not endorsed but that possesses a certain formal elegance. Fact 443. The question of what the show actually believes about human nature, beyond what any individual episode or storyline suggests, is one of the more productive ways to engage with its accumulated body of work. The show has depicted humanity as simultaneously ridiculous and deeply lovable, capable of enormous stupidity and occasional transcendence, prone to collective failure and individual grace, which is perhaps the most honest assessment of the species that popular entertainment has managed to produce. Fact 444. The mystery of why audiences have remained attached to The Simpsons across generations and across the show's periods of varying quality is itself one of the most interesting questions the show raises. Part of the answer is cultural momentum. Part of it is the genuine excellence of the Golden Age episodes. Part of it is the comfort of the familiar, the knowledge of what Springfield feels like when you close your eyes and think of the opening credits. And part of it is something that resists analysis, a quality of the show's essential humanity that keeps people coming back even when the individual episodes no longer reach the heights they once did. Fact 445. The theory that the show's ending, when it eventually comes, will reveal something about the nature of Springfield's reality that makes all previous episodes cohere into a larger meaning, is one of the more hopeful fan constructions. Most shows do not end in ways that retrospectively transform their entire run. But most shows are not The Simpsons, which has spent 36 years constructing a world dense enough with meaning that the right ending might genuinely change how you see what came before. Fact 446. The show has made occasional gestures toward what its ending might look like, in episodes that flash forward to Homer and Marge in old age, or that depict the children as adults, or that imagine Springfield in a future that the characters will not live to see. These glimpses are always partial and always provisional, and they function more as reminders that an ending exists in some possible future than as genuine preparations for it. Fact 447. The mystery of whether The Simpsons is ultimately an optimistic or a pessimistic work is one that the show itself has never resolved, and that different viewers answer differently depending on which episodes and which aspects of the show's world they emphasize. The existence of both readings is probably the most accurate description of the show's moral sensibility. It is neither optimistic nor pessimistic, but something more honest than either, which is to say, realistic, in the sense that the best fiction is realistic, about the mixture of darkness and light that constitutes actual human experience. Fact 448. The theories about Springfield, taken together, constitute a parallel text to the show itself, an elaborate interpretation of the show's canonical material that generates its own meaning and its own emotional resonance. The theories are not merely explanations for narrative inconsistencies. They are readings of the show that bring it into sharper focus, that reveal dimensions of its world that the surface text contains but does not foreground. Fact 449. The show's most enduring mystery is also its simplest one. Why does Homer love Marge? The question is never asked within the show because within the show it has an obvious answer, and that answer is that Homer loves Marge because she is the most important thing in his life, and his love for her is the clearest expression of what he is capable of feeling. But examined from outside the show, with attention to the specificity and consistency of that love across 36 years and hundreds of episodes, the question opens into something much larger. How does the show sustain this emotional reality across such an enormous span of production? The answer to that question is the real mystery of The Simpsons, and it is one that can be appreciated but probably not fully explained. Fact 450. Springfield remains mysterious because its creators have never fully mapped it, never fully understood it, never completely settled on what it is or what it means. It was invented in a waiting room in 15 minutes and has been elaborated across 36 years into something that no one person fully comprehends. It is the collective creation of hundreds of writers, animators, actors, composers, and craftspeople, each of whom has added something to it, and the sum of those additions is a world that exceeds what any of its creators intended when they began. That excess, that quality of having become more than was planned, is what separates Springfield from every other fictional town in the history of American entertainment. This is the last section. We are moving slowly now, through the quieter parts of Springfield, past the places we have already seen and toward the edges of what we know. Let the words come at their own pace. There is no hurry. We have been here for a long time already, and there is room for a little more. Fact 451. The Simpsons has been on the air for longer than most of its current viewers have been alive. A person who was born the year the show premiered is today 36 years old, which means the show has been a constant presence in American cultural life for the entirety of their conscious existence. For this cohort, The Simpsons is not a television program that they discovered at some point in their lives. It is simply part of what the world has always been. Fact 452. The show's relationship with its own age is one of its more unusual properties. Other long-running shows tend to reflect their advancing years in various ways, through changing styles, evolving cultural reference points, or explicit engagement with the passage of time. The Simpsons has maintained an agelessness that is itself one of its defining characteristics, a refusal to become middle-aged in any of the ways that middle age typically announces itself. Fact 453. Springfield's physical landscape, as glimpsed in the show's exterior shots and background designs, has changed subtly across the show's run in ways that reflect both technological advances in animation and deliberate artistic choices about how the town should look in different eras. The Springfield of the early seasons has a slightly rougher, more hand-drawn quality that gives it a warmth that the cleaner digital Springfield of later seasons does not entirely replicate. Fact 454. The show has depicted Springfield as a place that contains everything the world contains, from its highest cultural institutions to its lowest commercial enterprises, from its most idealistic civic ambitions to its most corrupt political operations. This comprehensiveness is what makes Springfield feel real rather than constructed, a place where the full range of human experience is accommodated rather than a setting designed to support a specific type of story. Fact 455. The Simpsons has been studied by economists, political scientists, philosophers, literary critics, media scholars, theologians, and educators, each of whom has found in the show material relevant to their particular disciplinary concerns. The breadth of this scholarly engagement reflects the extraordinary richness of the show as a cultural artifact and the degree to which it engages, sometimes superficially but sometimes with real depth, with the full range of questions that define intellectual life in democratic societies. Fact 456. The show's impact on American English is one of its most concrete and measurable cultural contributions. Beyond the words and phrases that have become standard vocabulary, the show has influenced the rhythm and register of American comedy, writing in ways that persist in virtually every comedic form produced since the early 1990s. The specific texture of Simpsons humor, its combination of precise observation, absurdist extension, and emotional authenticity, is part of the DNA of contemporary American comedy. Fact 457. The show's approach to child characters is one of the aspects that most distinguishes it from other family comedies, both animated and live action. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are depicted with psychological complexity and emotional honesty that most family comedies avoid, partly out of a desire to keep child characters safely simple, and partly out of genuine uncertainty about how to write children as fully human rather than as cute symbols of innocence or mischief. Fact 458. The show's depiction of American religious life, through the First Church of Springfield and its congregation, is one of its most sustained satirical engagements. The show treats religious practice with a mixture of genuine respect and pointed observation, acknowledging that faith provides real comfort and community, while also noting that institutional religion can become a vehicle for social conformity and moral self-congratulation. Fact 459. The show has engaged with economic inequality more directly and more consistently than almost any other American primetime comedy. Through the contrast between Homer's working-class circumstances and Burns's wealth, through the financial anxieties that drive many of its domestic plots, and through the broader portrait of Springfield as a community whose material conditions shape its possibilities in ways that its residents rarely acknowledge. Fact 460. The show's engagement with education through Springfield Elementary and the various scenes of classroom instruction, administrative dysfunction, and individual student experience is a sustained portrait of the American public education system that has been cited by educators and education researchers as capturing something essential about the institutional realities of large public schools. Fact 461. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, which have aired annually since the second season, constitute a separate subcanon within the Simpsons universe. Non-canonical but thematically rich, they have allowed the show to explore dark material, horror conventions, and formal experiments that would be inappropriate in the main series. The best Treehouse of Horror segments are as accomplished as the best canonical episodes, just operating within a completely different set of creative constraints. Fact 462. The show's engagement with celebrity culture, which increased dramatically across its run as celebrity became an increasingly dominant feature of American public life, tracks the rise of a particular form of cultural prominence in which the boundaries between entertainment, politics, commerce, and personal identity have become progressively less distinct. Springfield's celebrity-saturated later seasons are a reflection of an actual cultural shift rather than purely an artistic choice. Fact 463. The show has depicted various forms of American community life, from civic meetings to school events to neighborhood disputes, with a consistency and a specificity that creates the impression of a social world as well observed as its individual characters. The community of Springfield is not merely a backdrop for the Simpson family's stories. It is itself a character, with its own logic, and its own relationship to the larger world. Fact 464. The show's treatment of its female characters has evolved across its run in ways that reflect changing cultural conversations about representation and gender. The earliest seasons were more limited in their depiction of women's inner lives and professional possibilities, while later seasons have made more sustained attempts to depict women as fully complex individuals whose stories matter independently of their relationships to the show's male characters. Fact 465. The show's engagement with American suburbia, through its depiction of Evergreen Terrace and the surrounding neighborhood, is one of its most consistently productive satirical territories. Suburban life, with its combination of comfort and conformity, aspiration and limitation, community and isolation, provides the show with an inexhaustible supply of material for observations about what American life is actually like for the majority of the people who live it. Fact 466. The show has depicted various forms of American popular culture, from professional sports to country music to reality television, with a satirical intelligence that takes the form seriously enough to understand what makes it genuinely interesting to people before locating the angle of critique. The show's satire works because it begins from a position of genuine engagement rather than intellectual contempt. Fact 467. The show's engagement with the natural world, through Springfield's relationship to its surrounding environment, is one of its more politically charged aspects. The contamination of the local environment, the indifference of the power plant's owner to its ecological effects, and the various episodes that deal directly with environmental themes all position the show within a political tradition that is broadly environmentalist without being programmatically so. Fact 468. The show has depicted various forms of technological change, from the early internet to mobile phones to social media, with varying degrees of prescience and accuracy. Its engagement with technology is most effective when it uses technological change as a lens for examining human behavior rather than as a subject in itself, since the show's insights into human nature are more durable than its observations about specific technologies. Fact 469. The show's relationship to American mythology, including its engagement with stories about self-invention, second chances, the gap between aspiration and reality, and the persistence of family bonds across various forms of stress, is one of the threads that connects it most directly to a longer tradition of American storytelling. The Simpsons is not an aberration in American culture. It is, in many ways, a quintessential expression of American culture's most fundamental concerns. Fact 470. The show has generated an extraordinary volume of licensed merchandise across its run, from t-shirts and action figures to video games and theme park attractions. The commercial dimension of the show's existence is one that it has satirized repeatedly, through jokes about licensing and commodification that acknowledge the irony of a show that criticizes consumer culture, producing enormous amounts of consumer product. Fact 471. Universal Studios' Springfield attraction, which exists at theme parks in both Orlando and Hollywood, is a full-scale recreation of the show's world that has been visited by millions of people. The attraction includes a functional Quick E-Mart, a Lard Lad Donuts, and various other Springfield landmarks that have been three-dimensionally realized. The experience of walking through a real-world version of a fictional world that one has visited hundreds of times through a screen is one of the more unusual forms of cultural experience that the show's commercial extension has made possible. Fact 472. The show has been used as a teaching text in secondary schools and universities, in courses dealing with American culture, media studies, philosophy, and various other disciplines. The pedagogical use of the show reflects both its accessibility and its depth, the combination of qualities that makes it an effective vehicle for introducing complex ideas to students who might be resistant to more conventionally academic materials. Fact 473. The show's influence on subsequent animated television comedy is so pervasive that it is almost impossible to disentangle what contemporary animation owes specifically to The Simpsons from what it owes to the broader tradition that The Simpsons both synthesized and transformed. The show did not invent adult animated comedy, but it created the commercial and critical space in which adult animated comedy became a viable and respected form. Fact 474. The show has never produced a truly terrible season, in the sense that even its weakest seasons contain individual episodes of genuine quality. The consistency is remarkable given the volume of output and the length of the run. Other shows of comparable longevity have typically experienced more catastrophic declines. The Simpsons has experienced a decline, but it has been gradual and uneven, rather than sudden and comprehensive. Fact 475. The show's approach to its own ending is one of the more interesting strategic questions it faces. The show has no obvious exit point, no concluding narrative that it is building toward, no natural conclusion to a story that has been organized around the refusal of conclusion. When the show ends, it will end because of circumstances external to the narrative, rather than because the narrative has reached its terminus. And that ending will be, by the show's own logic, somewhat arbitrary. Fact 476. The final episode, whenever it comes, will be a cultural event comparable to the ending of MASH or Seinfeld or other long-running shows whose conclusions have functioned as collective rituals of farewell. The difference is that The Simpsons' ending will come after a much longer run than either of those shows, and the audience who watches it will include people who have been watching since the beginning, and people who were born after the show had already been running for 20 years. Fact 477. The show's relationship with its audience across generations is one of its most unusual properties. Viewers who first encountered the show in their childhood have watched it grow into something different as they themselves have grown, and the experience of revisiting earlier episodes as an adult is one that many people describe as producing unexpected feelings of recognition and loss, the discovery that the show was doing things that were not fully perceptible when you were young. Fact 478. The show's depiction of Homer's relationship to his own mortality has been one of its consistent emotional undertones. From the episode in which he fears he has 24 hours to live to the various episodes that confront him with the reality of aging parents and diminishing time. Homer's relationship to death is complicated by his practical immortality within the show's world, but the emotional work of reckoning with mortality is something the show explores with genuine honesty when it chooses to. Fact 479. The show has won a total of 35 Primetime Emmy Awards across its run, making it one of the most decorated programs in Emmy history. It has also won 11 Annie Awards, numerous Saturn Awards, and various other recognitions from different sectors of the entertainment industry. The accumulation of awards across its run is itself a measure of the show's sustained cultural relevance, since awards typically follow cultural attention. Fact 480. The show's cultural footprint is as large as that of any entertainment property in American history that is not part of a major film franchise. It is referenced more often, quoted more regularly, and analyzed more extensively than virtually any other work of American popular culture in the same period. The depth of its cultural penetration reflects both the quality of its best work and the extraordinary length of time during which it has maintained a presence in American cultural life. Fact 481. The show's humor has been described by various scholars and critics as fundamentally democratic in the sense that it is willing to find absurdity and comedy in every social position rather than positioning itself at any particular point on the social hierarchy and looking down. The show mocks Homer's working-class limitations and Burns's aristocratic pretensions with equal willingness, which is part of what has made it accessible across social classes and demographic groups. Fact 482. The show has produced what may be the most extensive and consistent satirical portrait of American life in the history of the medium. Other programs have been sharper in their political satire, or more radical in their formal experimentation, or more emotionally intense in their dramatic ambitions. But no other program has sustained its engagement with the full breadth of American experience across such an extended period with such consistent quality and such productive humor. Fact 483. The show's relationship to nostalgia is one of its more complex aspects. It is itself an object of nostalgia for the generations who grew up watching it, and it has also been consistently engaged with nostalgia as a subject. exploring the ways in which people construct and maintain relationships with their pasts in the face of a present that is less satisfying than they had hoped. Springfield's resistance to change is itself a form of nostalgia, a refusal to acknowledge that time makes all things different. Fact 484. The show's engagement with the internet and digital culture, as these became dominant features of American life, has been one of its less assured areas of satirical operation. The show was at its most effective when it was engaging with the technologies and cultural forms of the television era, and some of its engagements with internet culture have had the slightly strained quality of something observed from outside rather than something known from the inside. Fact 485. The show's ending, when it comes, will leave behind an archive of nearly 800 episodes that future viewers will encounter without the experience of watching them unfold in real time. The relationship that those future viewers have with the show will be fundamentally different from the relationship that viewers who watched it across its full run have had with it, in the same way that reading a completed novel is a different experience from following a serial publication one installment at a time. Fact 486. The show has participated in its own mythology in various ways across its run, from episodes that explicitly discuss the show's longevity to episodes that parody its own conventions. This self-consciousness is a quality that the show shares with other long-running cultural institutions, which tend to develop a relationship with their own existence as an object of cultural commentary. Fact 487. The show's music library, accumulated across 36 years of original composition and licensed material, is one of the most extensive in American television history. The variety of musical forms represented, from orchestral scoring to original songs and genres ranging from show tunes to rock to country to hip-hop, reflects the breadth of the show's cultural engagement and the ambition of its musical production. Fact 488. The show has been watched by more people in more countries than almost any other piece of American entertainment in the television era. Its global reach reflects both the universality of its core subject matter, family life, work, community, aspiration, disappointment, and the particular appeal of American cultural products in a world where American entertainment has dominated global media for most of the 20th century and into the 21st. Fact 489. The show's contribution to the careers of the people who worked on it extends far beyond the specific episodes they produced. The Simpsons has been a training ground for an enormous number of creative talents who developed their craft in its writer's room, its animation studios, and its production offices, and who have gone on to significant careers in television, film, and other creative fields. Fact 490. The show's final episode, when it eventually airs, will be watched by audiences who will bring to it 36 or more years of emotional investment in these characters and this world. The feelings that viewing experience will produce will not be simple. They will be a mixture of grief and gratitude, and the specific kind of relief that comes from a very long relationship reaching its natural terminus. They will be the feelings you have when something that has always been there is no longer going to be there. Fact 491. The Simpson family has become one of the most recognizable fictional families in human history, in the same company as the Bennett sisters and the March family and the Buddenbrooks and the Karamazovs, fictional families whose emotional reality has become part of the cultural vocabulary through which people understand their own families. This is an extraordinary achievement for a cartoon that began as a vehicle for background gags on a sketch comedy show. Fact 492. The show's ability to make its audience feel genuine love for Homer Simpson, a man who by any reasonable measure is a poor husband, an inadequate father, a dangerous employee, and an unreliable community member, is one of the most remarkable achievements in the history of comedy writing. The love is not despite his flaws, but somehow through them, because the flaws are presented with enough honesty and enough affection that they become the very things that make him recognizable and dear. Fact 493. Springfield's geography, as we have established, is impossible and deliberate, and not quite real, and more real than any map could make it. It is wherever you grew up and wherever you never lived, and wherever you have always wanted to go. It is the American town that exists in the imagination before it exists on any street. And that quality, that capacity to be everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, is the most purely American thing about it. Fact 494. The show's relationship with time, which is the subject of its greatest formal mystery and the source of its most productive fan theories, is also a statement about the relationship between fiction and reality. Fiction exists outside time in ways that reality does not. The characters of fiction do not age unless their authors age them. They persist in the form in which they were created until the work itself disappears. The Simpsons has simply made this property of fiction visible rather than invisible, drawn attention to it rather than hiding it, and in doing so has turned a formal convention into a subject of genuine exploration. Fact 495. The show has never definitively answered the question of what it is about, partly because any single answer would be inadequate, and partly because the show itself has never had to settle the question. It can be about a family. It can be about a town. It can be about America. It can be about television. It can be about the passage of time and the impossibility of change. It can be about what it means to love imperfectly. It can be all of these things simultaneously, because a show that runs for 36 years has room to be about everything eventually. Fact 496. The show's most honest moment may be the one that occurs at the end of every episode, when the credits roll and the theme music plays and Springfield disappears back into the television and leaves you sitting in your own life with whatever the episode gave you. That moment of transition, from the show's world to your own, is where the show's real work happens, in the space between what you saw and what you feel, between the joke and the recognition, between the cartoon and the truth it was carrying all along. Fact 497. Homer Simpson is America's most beloved idiot and its most authentic everyman and its most genuine expression of the gap between who people are and who they want to be. He is the man who fails every day and loves his family every day and sometimes, in the moments between one and the other, glimpses something in the distance that might be exactly what he was looking for. He never quite reaches it, but he never stops looking. And that is enough. Fact 498. Marge Simpson is America's most patient woman, and its most quietly radical one, and its most honest portrait of what it costs to hold everything together while everyone else is falling apart. She is the foundation that makes Springfield possible, the emotional infrastructure on which 36 years of chaos has been constructed. She has never been adequately thanked. She knows this. She keeps going anyway. Fact 499. Springfield is a joke that became a world. It is a 2-minute animated filler segment that became the longest-running scripted primetime series in American television history. It is a piece of yellow paper in a waiting room that became a cultural institution. It is a town that does not exist and that everyone has lived in. And it will be there every week, every season, every year, for as long as the people who love it keep watching. Which is to say, for a very long time. Fact 500. The Simpsons will end someday. The final episode will air, and the credits will roll for the last time, and Bart will write his last sentence on the chalkboard, and Homer will come home from the plant for the last time, and Marge will stand at the kitchen window and look out at Evergreen Terrace, and everything will be quiet for a moment. And then the quiet will stretch out into all the years before it, all the Sunday evenings and all the couches and all the people watching, all the laughter and all the unexpected feelings that found us in the middle of a joke, and the quiet will not feel like an ending. It will feel like what it is, which is the last note of a very long and very human and very beautiful piece of music. Not the end of the music, the moment after the music, when the music is still in the room. We carry Springfield with us. We always have. And wherever we are when the lights finally go out on Evergreen Terrace, we will still hear it. The theme, the couch, the family, the town, all of it. Still here, still playing, still ours. Good night.